in this course, I am going to be teaching you about authentication and authorization in Django and Django REST framework. So this video is all you need to get started or to even master authentication in Django and Django REST framework. Now, I am going to break it down into four major parts. That is, I'm going to teach you four authentication techniques. And the last two techniques are going to be dedicated specifically to Django REST framework. Now, I'm going to break it down into four major parts. And those parts are going to cover both traditional Django and Django REST framework authentication methods. So I'm going to be really explaining the different methods which you can use to authenticate your Django applications and Django APIs. Now, the first type of authentication which we are going to look at is the session-based authentication. Now, this is the flyer or the thumbnail which I have here. Now, for the first type of authentication, which is session authentication, I'm going to teach you how to build a full authentication system using Django, Python, obviously, and HTML forms. Now, using this way, we are going to build out the login features, the register feature, the logout feature, and the password reset feature. So at the end of this section, you would have learned how to build a full authentication system. The users are going to be able to register, log in, and log out. And even if they forget their passwords, they'll be able to reset their passwords using a password reset link, which will be sent to their emails. Now, the second type of authentication, which we are going to talk about, or which I'm going to teach you about, is the OAuth with Google. Now, we'll look at how to set up social login for Django. Now, this will allow users to be able to log in with their Google account into your website or your platform. You know how when you go to a website, you see a sign in or login with Google button. I'm going to teach you exactly how to integrate that into your Django application. So users are going to be able to log into your platform using Google. Now, I also wanted to note that all of the code is actually written here. So I actually have all the code which we are going to talk about in this course. I have everything already listed out on a GitHub repository, along with a README file which explains all the steps covered. So there's going to be a link to all the sections of this course in the description. So this is the first one which I spoke about, which is building the full authentication system with the login, register, logout, and reset password features. And then the second one is the Django Auth with Google, which is where I teach you how to, allow users sign into your platform or your website using their Google account. You can see there's also a repository here along with a README file, which will guide you on exactly what you need to do. Now, the third type of authentication, which we are going to talk about, is right here, which is JWT authentication. And we're going to be talking about access and refresh tokens. So this is going to help us learn how to secure our APIs with JSON Web Tokens. And we're going to handle both access and refresh tokens for proper session management. So we're going to see how access and refresh tokens work and how we can apply them to secure our APIs written in Django REST framework. Now, the last type of authentication, before I actually show you that authentication, I also have a repository here which I had created called Django REST Framework JWT Authentication. Now, this also has it also has a README file which details and explains everything which we are going to do. Now, I just listed all of these out here along with the repository so that it would be easy for you to follow. That is exactly what we're going to talk about. I will teach you how to authenticate your APIs using JSON Web Tokens. Now, the last type of authentication which we are going to talk about is the token-based authentication. Now, this is a built-in authentication system in Django REST framework, where tokens are issued to users and passed in the headers for each request. So I'm going to teach you how to implement token-based authentication, where a client sends the username and password and the server responds with a token. Now, using that token, the clients can then authenticate themselves when making a request to like a protected route. So this is all we are going to talk about in this course. So this is basically all you need to get started and to even master authentication in Django and Django REST framework. Now, obviously, there's room for more knowledge. You can also learn how to authenticate your APIs, for example, using other tools like the JOSA. But in order to get started with authentication in Django and really master it, I believe that this course is all you need. So that is the intro. Let us go into the course and begin. In this video, I am going to teach you how to build a full authentication system that includes the login, the register, the logout, and the reset password features. So this is like a full authentication system that you can add into your Django project. So right now, I will just be showing you a demo of how everything works, first of all. So I'm going to start by signing up as a new user. So the name is going to be John or Jane. The first name is going to be Jane, and then the last name is going to be Doe. The username is going to be test user. The email is going to be the protonguy@yahoo.com, and then the password is just going to be whatever I specify. I'm just going to register with these details right now. So we're going to log in with the username and password of that user that we had just created. Now, I want you to note that there are also validation checks. So if, for example, I were to log in with the user details, I can type the username, which is test user, but then I can now type in a wrong password. So once I type in a wrong password and try to log in, you can see that we get an error saying invalid login credentials. So our backend or the code that we're going to be writing is capable of validating the user um, details. So now I'm just going to log in with the correct details, and then I'm going to fill the form and log in with the correct details. So once I log in with these correct details, you can see that we are being redirected to the home page. Now, I want you to note that the only way we can access this home page is if we are authenticated. So I'm going to show you what I mean. So in this home page right now, we just have a simple text saying hello world, and we have a logout. So I'm just going to log out. Now, once I log out, you see we are being redirected back to the login page. If I try accessing the home page, once I try to access the home page, because I am not logged in, I get redirected back to the login page. So in order to access that home page, I need to actually log in. So let's say, for example, we have forgotten the user's password. Now, because of the reset password feature that we are going to be building, we are going to be able to reset that user's password. I'm just going to click reset password. Now, for the reset password feature, what you have to do is you have to enter your email that is associated with that account. So let's say I enter a wrong email which does not exist in my database. If I click reset password, knows that it gives us an error saying no user with that email found. So that means that anytime you enter an email here, before it sends you a reset, before it sends you an email explaining how to reset your password, it first of all checks if that email actually exists in our database before sending the email to you. So I'll just actually now enter the correct email of that user. So once I click reset password, I should get an email telling me that, okay, so now it says reset sent. It says a password link has been sent to your email. Please note that it expires in 10 minutes. So what I will just do is I am going to go back and check my emails. So I'm just going to come and refresh. So what can you see? I can see that the link has been, the email has been sent to us, and it says reset your password using the link below. So I can just come and copy this link. I can head back to my other browser, open a new tab, and paste it. So once I paste it, it's now asking me to reset my password. I'm just going to enter the new password. Now let's just say for any reason, the passwords do not match. Once I hit reset, you can see it shows an error saying passwords do not match. So I'm just going to enter the correct passwords. Now once I hit reset password, we are going to be redirected to the login page. Now, once I try to log in with those details, I'm going to enter the username, which is test user, and then I'll enter the password. So once I hit submit, you will notice that we get redirected back to the home page. So that shows us that we can successfully reset passwords using reset links, which gets sent to our email. Now, I want you to also note that the reset links that get sent can only be used once. So let's say I log out and I try to access that reset link again. Once I click enter, you see that we get redirected to the reset password page, and it says invalid reset ID. That is because anytime a reset ID is used once, it gets deleted immediately because a reset ID can't be used twice, and reset IDs expire in 10 minutes. So this is what we're going to be building basically today. So if you want to get the code to this tutorial, there's going to be a link in the description, which you can use to get all the code from my GitHub repository. And I am also trying to build a community. Please, I want you to check the links in the description. So you can join my Discord server, you can join my Telegram group chat, and you could just follow me on LinkedIn and Telegram. So thank you. Let us begin. In this video, I am going to teach you how to build a full authentication system in Django. So I am going to be explaining how to build the login, the logout, the register, and the reset password features. Now, I am going to point out that I assume you have some basic knowledge of Python and Django. And I also wanted to inform you that if you want to get the code for this project, there's going to be a link in the description which will take you to a GitHub repository where you can download or view the code. So what you see right here is just a README file which I had created, and it just outlines the steps that we are going to be taking. So if you also want to reference this file later on, it's also going to be in the repository. So it just has a list of the steps that we are going to be following in order to build this project. Now, the first step is that we need to actually set up the Django project because obviously we need to set it up. Now, the first thing is we need to create and enter a desired directory for our project setup. Now, I want you to just create a folder, and inside this folder is where you are going to keep your Django project. So I had already created one called full authentication. Now, I created this earlier, so I want you to also do the same thing. Now, the next step is that we need to create a virtual environment using the pipenv shell command or any other means. So we're going to be creating that virtual environment inside our projects folder. So I am just going to open my command line or my command prompt. Now, once I open my command prompt, what I need to do is I need to enter the location of where my projects folder is. I'm going to cd into desktop, and then I'll cd into tutorial. I'll cd YouTube, and then I'll cd full authentication. Now I am currently inside my project folder. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the virtual environment. Now, if you have your own special way of creating a virtual environment, by all means, I want you to create it using your way. But the way I like to create virtual environments is using the pipenv library. Now, if you want to follow my way, the first thing that you need to do is you need to actually first install this library. So I'm going to run the command pip install pipenv. So once I paste that, it's just going to install the pipenv command for you. But pipenv library, I mean. But because I already have it installed, you can see it's saying requirement already satisfied. Let me clear my screen. Now, the next step is that we now actually need to create this virtual environment. So the way we create virtual environments using the pipenv library is we just run the command pipenv space shell. So once we run that, it's going to create a new virtual environment inside your present working directory. And it's going to name the virtual environment the name of your current working directory. So just do that and you just wait for it to create the virtual environment. Now, as you can see, it says successfully created virtual environment. And you know that it is activated once you see the name of your present working directory in parentheses. So what is also good about this library is that the moment it creates this virtual environment, it automatically activates it for you. Now, I would just like to shed more light on how to activate and deactivate your virtual environments using this library before we proceed. Now, if I would like to exit or deactivate this virtual environment, all I have to do is just type exit. So once I type exit, you can see that we are no longer in the virtual environment. But if I would like to reactivate it, the first thing I need to do is cd into the location of where that virtual environment was created. But since I'm already inside the folder, full authentication, where the virtual environment was created, I'm just going to reactivate it again from here. and we reactivate it by just running the pip env shell command. So it's just going to reactivate it. So once I run that, you can see it says launching subshell in virtual environment. Right, so I just wanted to clear that out of the way. Now the next step is that we need to now install Django, because obviously we are going to be working with Django. So run the command pip install Django. So now that we have Django installed, the next step is that we need to create a Django project. So we're going to call the project authentication project. So just head to your terminal, that is after installing Django, and run the command django-admin start project and then authentication project. So once I run this command and I type dir, you can see that we already have our project installed and created for us. Now the next step is that we need to create an application called call. So I'm just going to cd into my app folder, or with the folder that was created for us, and I'll say cd authentication project. Now once I am inside authentication project, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to run python manage.py start app, and I'll call the app call, because that is what we want to call our app. Now once I type dir, I can see the content, I can see my projects folder, and I can see my app folder as long as the manage.py file. So now we have created our app and our project folder. So the next step is that we need to open our project in whatever code editor that you are using. So because I am using Visual Studio Code, I am just going to open my project right now in Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open my folder where the project is present in, and then I will open it with Visual Studio Code. So once I open it with Visual Studio Code, I also want to close the old one, which had the README file, and I would like to open the README file in this new tab so that we can be following it step by step. So right now I have opened my Visual Studio. I have opened my project inside my code editor, which is Visual Studio Code, and I can see my manage.py file, I can see the app folder, and I can see the project folder. So let me just zoom in here so you can see everything. Now the next step in the README file is that we need to create a templates folder and register it in the project settings. So we're going to create a templates folder, and this is just going to house all our HTML files. So I'll create the folder and I'll call it templates. Now the next step is that we need to register this templates file in the settings to let Django know that we have a templates folder, so it can look into those folders for our HTML files. So I want you to scroll down to line 57 where you have dirs, and in quotes just type in templates. Now once you type that in, just save it and we'll head back to the README file. Now the next step is that we need to register the app in the project settings. So because we created an app called Core, we need to head to our settings and tell Django that we created an app called Core. I'm just going to type in Core right here and put a comma. So make sure whatever you type in here matches the name of the application. In our case, we created it and we named it Core. So after doing that, we need to create a separate URLs file for our app and register it in the project URLs. So I am going to come to my app folder, which is Core, and I'll create a new file and I'll call it urls.py. So urls.py. And then I'm just going to write a few inside this file. So I'll first of all say from django.urls import path. Now after importing the path, I'm going to say from dot import views. So I'm just trying to import path, which is an inbuilt package, or which is inbuilt in Django. And then by saying from dot import views, it means I'm just trying to import the views file in this present directory, in this present folder. Then I'm going to create the URL patterns list, and I will equate this to an empty list for now. So I am getting this error because I haven't properly set my Python interpreter. So I'm just going to select the correct one, which is full authentication. So that's the correct one. So once I select it, this error should disappear, as you can see. So now the next step is that after creating this URLs file, we need to register the URLs file inside the Django URLs file. So because we have created a separate URL inside our app folder. Now we need to let Django know that we have created this separate URL file, and we can do that by including it inside the project URL file. So after saying from Django.urls import path, I'm just going to also import include. Now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to say path, and I'll just leave it empty. And after leaving it empty, I'm going to tell Django to include the URLs which are present in core.urls. So it's just going to go into the URLs file inside our core app application, and it's going to take note of all the URLs which we create there. Now the next step is that we need to set up static files in our settings.py. So head to your settings, and the first thing that we need to do is, before setting up static files, we need to import a library known as OS. So just type import OS because we need to make use of it. Now just scroll to where you have a static file, static URL right here, and we're going to be replacing it with something else. So because we want to set up our Django projects to ensure that static files get properly displayed, so static files like your HTML, your CSS files, your JavaScript files, or your images. So I'm just going to replace it with all of these. So we still have static URL defined, but we're defining static root and static files dirs. So if you are going to be having, for example, let's say CSS files, JavaScript, this is going to help us set them up properly. Now, I also want to note that as we progress in this video, I'm going to be providing the HTML files that we can use in order to build this authentication system. But if you have your own front-end files, you can use your own, and there's no issue. But I'm going to be providing you with HTML files and the CSS file, so that we can properly follow the tutorial. Now, the next step after setting up the static files is that we need to now get the template files from GitHub. So there's going to be a link in the description of this video where you can actually go and get all these template files. But for me, I already have them stored somewhere inside this required files directory. So there won't be any need for me to actually download them. But for you, you can just visit the link. And if you want to make use of my files, you can download the files and make use of it. So it says download the following HTML templates file from GitHub. Now, after downloading all these files, what we need to do is that we need to move them to our templates folder, because the templates folder is where we're going to be storing all the HTML files needed for this project. So I will just copy all the HTML files. And once I copy them, I am going to go and paste them inside my templates folder. So I'll just paste them right there. Now what I can do is I can come back to Visual Studio Code, and I can see that all the files are present. Now the next step is that because I have a static file present, I need to create a folder for static files. So I'm going to call it static, static. Now inside this static file is where I am going to be storing the CSS. So I'm just going to go back to where I have my resources, and I am going to copy the style.css file which is needed. Now again, you can get all these files in the GitHub link which I'm going to provide. So I'll just go into my static directory or static folder and paste that CSS file. So now I can see my CSS file inside the static folder. Now that we have gotten all the template files from GitHub and we have added them to the project, the next step we need to take is that we need to make required imports. So I want you to head to your views.py file, and I want you to copy all of this. I want you to type out all of this or copy it. Head to your views.py file inside your core application. Now, once you've done that, just paste all of this inside. Now, I am going to be explaining to you why we need all these imports, but I just want you to type out all of this, or if you are also following my README file, you can just copy all of this and paste it in there. So we're going to be making use of each and every one of these imports, which we have made here. Now, the next step is that we need to create a super user because we want to be able to access the admin dashboard to actually view the users which have been created in the project. So by the end of this project, we are going to be able to create users and log in. And we need a way to log into the admin dashboard, see all the users which have actually been created. So head to your terminal, and we are going to be creating a new super user. Run the command python manage.py create super user. So once you run that, it's going to say no such table auth user. So that is because we have created a new project and we haven't made the proper migrations. That is because right now no user class currently exists because it's a new project and we first have to migrate all the database tables before this can work. So just run the command python manage.py migrate. And once you run that, it's just going to make all of these migrations for us. And after it has made all these migrations, we can now create a super user. So I'm going to run python manage.py create super user. So once I do that, it's going to ask me for a username. I'll just type in admin and I'll press enter because I want to leave the email empty. And for password, I'll enter the password and enter the password again. And it says this password is too short, but I don't care. I'll just say yes. So right now I have created the super user. Now what we need to do is we now need to log into the admin dashboard with the credentials that we had just created. So I am going to run my Django server in order to log into the admin dashboard. So I'm going to do that by running the command python manage.py run server. So once I do that, it's just going to start the local development server for us. And I can head to my browser and I can just visit localhost. So once I visit localhost, I can see it says the install worked successfully. So I am going to proceed to log into my admin dashboard. I'll go to /admin and I will log in with the details which I had just created or which I had just entered. So once I log in, I can see that there is nothing here. And if I go to the users, if I go to the users tab, you can see that there is just one user, which is the super user that I had just created. So now we are able to see all the users which exist in our website or database. So the next step is that we need to now start creating the required views, which we are going to be making use of in order to actually work on this authentication project. So we need to first of all create the home view. So I will just copy this and head to my views.py file and I am going to paste it. So we're just creating the home view. So this is just what the user is going to see when they visit the home view. Now, after the home view, I am going to create two views for the register and the login pages or login views. So I'll come down also and paste it. So we basically just have simple views called home, register view, and login view. And they all return a certain, they return request and they return an HTML file using the render inbuilt function which Django gives us. So now we know that we can return these HTML files. And these HTML files, remember, are present in the templates directory, which we had created. And we had gotten these files earlier from the GitHub repository. So now that we have created these basic views, what we simply need to do next is that we need to map these views to URLs. So I am just going to copy this. And since we had already created a urls.py file inside our application folder, I'm just going to paste this right here. So what we're simply doing is we're making use of path and we're trying to map each view to a URL. So because we want the index or because we want the home view to be the base there, to be the base URL. That is when a user visits our URL on the base domain like example.com. This is the view that they are going to be taken to. We're just going to leave the URL empty, and then we're mapping it to the home view. That is why we imported views. So we can say views.home in order to map this URL to a view. So we did the same thing for register. We mapped this to the register view and gave it a name of register. And we did the exact same thing with the login view and we gave it a name of login. So I'm just going to save that. When I save that, I'll go back and make sure that my server is running. Now, the next step is that I am just going to head back to my browser and I will go to the base URL. So localhost, sorry, port 8000. So when I go to localhost port 8000, you can see it just says hello world and there is a logout button that does nothing. So if I head to that file, open my templates directory and head to index.html, you can see that this is just the HTML file that gets returned to us. It says hello world and there is a URL that just says logout, but it's currently linked to the logout.html file, and we're going to see how we can make the logout functionality work eventually. But this is what we get on the landing page right now. So the next step, according to the README file, is that we need to work on the register view, because the first feature that we're going to be building is that we need to build out the register functionality so that we can enable users to register on our web app or application. Now, I'm just going to head to the register view, and I want you to take note of this register.html file, and I'm just going to open it right now inside the code editor. Now, the next step is that it says we need to change the static file links in all files. So I will just copy this and I will explain what I mean. So all the files are currently linked to the styling file. All the HTML files currently have a link tag that links them to the CSS file, which just helps in the styling. And this is the CSS file, which is present in the style.css file. So what we need to do is, instead of having this, let me open my HTML file again. What we need to do is that instead of having this link, we know that this will not work. So what we need to do is we need to change it up. So to show you that it is not working, we can head to the register view right now. I'm just going to go to /register. And you can see that right now it's not able to find the static file. And if I open my terminal right now, you are going to see that there is a 404 error that says it can't find my CSS file. So what we need to do is we need to properly link the CSS file in the register.html file. So I'm just going to come here. I'm going to type in static because I'm trying to link to this static file. Now, because it is inside the static directory, I'm just going to say static and then style.css. I'm going to do that and close off the linking. Now, the last thing I need to do is inside the head tag, I'm just going to say load static. So once I save that, head back to my browser and refresh. Once I refresh, you should see the static file kick in immediately. So let's see why this is loading slowly. So now you can see that this is how the register page looks like. You can see the CSS has kicked in and it looks very nice. So we're going to be collecting the user's first name, last name, username, email, and password. So let's head back to our code editor and see what we need to do next. So the next step right now says that we need to head to the register.html file and give input fields a name attribute and add the CSRF token to change the login URL and change the login URL. So the first thing that we need to do is, obviously in Django, anytime we are filling HTML files and anytime we are going to fill an HTML file and send a post request to the backend, we need to have CSRF token present, so as a security feature. So we're just going to add that in right now. So I'll put my percent signs and say CSRF underscore token. So CSR stands for cross-site request forgery. So it's just a security measure that we have to provide in order to make our forms work in post request. Now, the next step is that we need to give the input fields name attribute. So these name attributes are going to serve as a unique identifier, and they are going to help us grab whatever the user enters in the form. And whatever the user enters in the form is going to be mapped to the name as a unique identifier. And using the name as a unique identifier, we can basically grab what the user has entered in each field. So we are going to see how it works. Now, for the input tag, I'm going to give it a name attribute of, for this first one, I'm going to give it a name attribute of first name. So I'll call this first underscore name, which is what we have here. I'll call it first underscore name. Now, for the second one, I'm also going to give it a name attribute of second underscore name. For username, I'll give it a name attribute of username. For the email, I'll give it a name attribute of email. For the password, I'll give it a name attribute of password. Now, those are all the fields that we need to give name attribute. Now, using this name attribute, again, we are going to be able to grab what the user has entered. So you are going to see how this is going to work. Now that we have done all that, I am just going to save the file and head back to the README. Now, the next step is that in the register view, we need to check for incoming form submission and grab the user data. Now, because this is so if I head to the front end right now, because this user is going to be filling the form and hitting register, all this data is going to be sent as a post request. So if I head to the form, you can see that the method is post. So it basically means that we are going to be sending that data back to our backend or back to our server. And because all that data is going to be coming to the register view, we need a way of grabbing what the user has entered. So in the register view, we need to check for incoming form submission and grab the user data. So I'm just going to come to the view right now, and I'm going to write an if statement. I'm going to say if request.method is equals to post. So what we're simply checking for here is that if the incoming request is a post request, that is, if the user has filled the form and has clicked submit, it means that the form is going to send a post request along with all the data that the user has entered. So that is why we're writing if request on method is equals to post, in order to check for if the incoming request is a post request. Now, after checking for the incoming request, what we now need to do next is that we need to grab what the user has entered in each input field. Now, remember that we had given each input field a name attribute. So I am going to show you how to grab all the user data using their name attributes. So I'm going to create a new variable and I'll call it first name, because the first name is the first data that the user enters. And I'm just going to say first name is equals to request.post.get, and in here I need to pass in the name attribute. So because I gave the first name input field a name attribute of first underscore name, it means I can just pass that in first underscore name. So once I pass in first underscore name, Python immediately knows that we are trying to grab whatever data the user has entered in this input field, because this input field has a name attribute of first underscore name. So I'm going to do the same for second name. So I will just copy this and paste it. So this is going to be called second underscore name. Now I'll do the same for username, email, and password. I'm going to come and paste this 3 times, username, email, password. So I'll change this from first name to username. And this is also going to be called email. And then the last one is going to be called password. So what we have done right here, right now, is that we have successfully gotten all the user data from this post request or from this form submission. Now, the next step is that we need to actually validate the data provided, because anybody can enter any sort of data into our backend. And we need to make sure that whatever data has been entered is valid. So we're just going to create a flag for an error. And I'm going to explain why we are doing this, but I want you to just follow with me. So this is going to be called user data has error. And I'll just copy this, go to my views.py file. And after collecting all the user details, I will create this variable user data has error as a flag. So at first, it's going to be set to false. But when we perform validation on all the input fields or all the input data, if any of them has a specific issue or an error, we're going to set this flag to true. And at the end, we're going to make use of this flag to determine what we do if there's an error or if there isn't an error. Now we need to validate the email and username next. We need to make sure that the email and username are not being used by another user. For example, if you go to sign up on like Facebook or another website, for example, when you try signing up, if a user with that specific email or username already exists, it's going to show you an error saying the username already exists in database and you have to pick another one to use. So we're going to do something exactly like that. So the first thing is that we need to check if the username is already being used. So because we had already imported the user class right here from django.contrib.auth.models import user, we're going to be making use of it right now. So I'm just going to copy this line and it is an if statement. So I'm just going to write an if statement right here. And I'm going to say if user.objects.filter username is equals to username.exist. So what I'm just trying to say is if a user with the username that the current user has entered already exists, that is, when a user fills this form and they want to register, that data is going to be sent to our views. So we're just trying to tell Python and Django to go through the database and see if that username, if a user with that username already exists. Now, if a user with that username already exists, we want to set the user data has error flag to true. Now, after setting it to true, we want to now generate a new error message, which is what we have here. Now, that is why, again, we imported the messages library from django.contrib import messages because we need a way to be able to flash error messages or success messages to the user. So I'm just going to create a new error message. I'm going to say messages.error, and in here, I'll first of all pass in request. And after passing in request, REQUEST, and after passing in request, I need to pass in the message which we are actually going to display to the user. So the message is just going to be username already exists. So I'm just going to paste that thing. So the error that's going to be displayed is username already exists, which is going to suggest to the user that they need to pick a new username. So I am going to do the exact same thing for the email because we want to make sure that only one user can have the one email and no two users can have the same email as well as username. So I am going to copy this line and I'll do the exact same thing but for the email. So I'll write an if statement here. I'll say if user.objects.filter email is equals to email. So I'm trying to say, I want you to search through the database and check for any email that matches the email that the user entered. So we're just going to say if user.objects.filter email equals email dot exist. That is, if there is a user with this email that is in the database, then we just want to set the user data has error to true. Now, after setting it to true, we want to also generate a new error saying email already in use. So this is going to help us validate whether the email and the username that the user has entered exists in the database or not. Now, the next thing is that we need to validate the password length. So we want a case where users can only register with passwords that are more than 5 characters of length because we don't want any user to register with a password that has 3 characters, and that is totally not safe. So we're going to write another if condition right here, which is going to check for the length of the username. And it's going to display an error the length of the password. And it's going to display an error if the length of the password is less than 5. So I'm going to write an if. And I'll say if len of password is less than 5 characters, then if it is less than 5 characters, I also want to set the user data has error to true if it hasn't been set to true yet from these conditions. Now, after setting this to true, I'm just going to generate a new error. I'm going to say messages.error, and in here, I'm going to pass in request. Now, after passing in request, the error message that I want to display to the user is password must be at least 5 characters. So I'll just copy that and paste it here. So if the user enters any password which is less than 5 characters, it's going to set this flag as true, and then it's going to generate a new error telling the user that the password cannot be less than 5 characters. Now, the next step is that we need to create a user if there are no errors, and it redirects to the login page. Else, if there are errors, we want to redirect the user back to the login page and display the errors. So what that simply means is that if all of these conditions have been checked, once all of these conditions have been checked, if there is an error, this flag is going to tell us if there is an error because it has been set to true from each of the if statements. Now, the next step that we need to take is that we need to check if the user data has any error. So I'm going to say if user data has error, and if it is true, that is, if this value is true, this if statement is going to run. So what exactly do we want to do if the user data has error? We just want to redirect the person back to the login page. So if we head back to the register page, so if we head back to the urls.py file, you'll notice that the register URL has a name of register. So what we're just going to do is we are going to make use of the redirect inbuilt method that Django gives us. We're going to make use of it to redirect a user back to the register page if the data that the user entered has errors. I'm just going to simply say return redirect, and in here I'm just going to pass in the name of the view that we want to redirect to, and that is going to be called register. register. Now I am passing in register here because the name of the URL is register. So after redirecting back to the register, the user is going to see all the errors. Now we are going to be talking about how to write code, which is going to, or we are going to be writing code, which is going to be rendering all these errors out in front end. But I want you to just stick with me as we're going to get to that step. Now, if the user data has no error, that is, if the user data error variable is false, we're going to write an else block. So we're just going to create a new user once we've determined that there are no errors. So I'm just going to create a new variable and I'm going to call it new_user. Now equate this to user.objects.create_user. Now what do we need to pass into this create_user method? We just need to pass in the details which the user had entered. So the user had entered the first name, second name. So actually, let's rename this to last name because I think that is better. So I'm going to rename that to last name, head back to my register.py and change this to last name, register.html. So once I've changed all of that to last name, we now need to start saving all of these values to the new user. So I'm going to say first name is equals to first name. So I'm trying to say the first name of this new user is equals to the first name that the user had entered in the post request that came in. So the first name that the user entered in the form, which got sent as a post request. Now we're also going to be doing this for last name. I'm going to say last name is equals to last name. Then I'm going to also do the same for email, username, and password. So I'll say email is equals to email, right? Email is equals to email. Then username is equals to username. And then finally, password is equals to password. So this is just going to help us grab all of these user inputs. And then after it has grabbed all of those user inputs and it has performed the validation that we need, what we simply are now going to do is, if there are no errors, that is, if then we checked if user data has error, that is, if this value is true, then it means there is an error. So we redirect the person back to the register page. But if that isn't true, we're just going to create a new user. So after creating that new user, what we now simply need to do is we need to create a new message and redirect the person back to the login page. So I'm just going to come down and paste those right here. So what we're simply doing here is that if the user is created successfully, we're just going to first of all create a success message by saying messages.success, and we pass in request. And after passing a request, the message that we're going to pass in is account created, login now. So the user is going to see, let me just change this to double quotes. So the user is going to see this message getting flashed to them, account created, login now. So after we've created this message, we just want to redirect to the login page. Now we're saying return redirect to login because the name of the login URL is called login. So the user is now going to get redirected to this login view immediately after their account is created. So let's just save that file and head back to the README. Now, the next step is that we need to display incoming messages in the register.html, login.html, forgot.html, and reset.html pages. This is because we are going to be making use of the messages library to be displaying messages a lot in these files, which were listed right here. So first of all, we're going to be doing this for the register page. So I'll just copy all of this and I will explain what it means. So head to the register.html page, and at the top, just above, let's see, at the top, just above the form, which is what we have here, we are going to paste all of this. I'm just going to paste it right here and indent it properly. So what we're first of all doing is we're saying if messages, that is, if any message is coming in, that is, if any message has been created and the message is coming in, what we're just going to do is we're going to look through all the messages which might have been created. So for example, in this case, if the username already exists and if the email already exists, it means that two error messages would have been created. So it's going to have two messages that needs to be displayed. What we're doing is we're trying to look through all the messages by saying for message in messages. Now, the next thing that we're doing is we are checking if the message is an error message. So we're saying if messages dot, sorry, this is supposed to be if message dot tags. So we're saying for message in messages, if message dot tags is equals to error. That is, if the message is an error message, then we just want to simply display the error out as a message. So we're saying if messages or message in messages. So we're trying to look through all the messages which have been created. Then we're checking if the current message is an error message by saying messages.tags. Now that is coming from when we create a new message and we say messages.error. So the tags now get set as an error anytime we say messages.error. So we're just checking if the message is an error message, then we want to display it in this H4 tag, which has a color of fire brick. So it's going to get displayed as a red text. So whatever message that is getting displayed is going to be displayed as a red text. Then we have an else block. So if the message isn't an error message, what we simply want to do is that we just want to display the message, but in this case, the color is going to be Dodger blue. Now, I'm just going to copy this, right? And then I am going to paste it in the other files which were talked about. So the register, the login, I'm going to go to the login page, and just above the form, I'm going to paste that because we're going to be needing it later. And we also need to do that in the forgot password. I'll go to the forgot underscore password.html, and then I'm going to paste that here. And then after doing that, the last file is the reset password.html. I'll just come here and also paste it here. So now we have all these files having all of this, uh, having this code right here, which is going to help us check for incoming messages. So now that we have done this in the register file, just save it, and we're going to head back to the README. So it says test the code to see if users can register now. So we have been writing all of this code since. The next thing that we need to do is we now need to actually test to see if it works. So I'm going to head to my register page and I'm going to refresh. So once I refresh, I'm just going to be filling these details. So for the first name, I'm just going to enter John. For the last name, I'll enter Doe. Now for the username, I'll just enter John Doe 123. And for the email, I'll enter johndoe@gmail.com. And for the password, I'll just enter a random password. Now, once I hit register, you can see that we have been redirected to the login page. Now, this is because we had filled all the details correctly when we had written all of this code. I'm sorry, when we had submitted the form, we had filled all the details correctly without any errors. And if I go back to uh, my admin dashboard, once I refresh, you can see that we have a new user which has been created here called John Doe 123. So we have the username set, the email set, the first name, the last name, and the staff status. So we know that our sign up feature right now is working perfectly. Now let's now test to enter wrong details. So let's say, for example, we are still going to enter John Doe, the same username, the same email, and let's just make sure our password is like less than 5 characters. So once I hit register, you can see all the errors that are being displayed to us. It says username already exists, the email already exists, and password must be at least 5 characters. So you can see that using the same details that we had created earlier, we got this error saying the username exists, email exists, and our password must be at least 5 characters. So right now we are sure that our register view works and all the code that we have written here works perfectly. Now the next step is that we need to start working on the login view. So we need to enable users who have created an account. We need to enable them to actually log into our platform. So that is what we're going to look at next. So right now, we need to continue working and write out the login view. So what I'm just going to do first of all is that I am going to go to the login endpoint or the login page, which serves our login.html file. Now you can see that right now it has this unstyled HTML page. That is because if we head to the login.html file, our static file isn't actually linked properly. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to link all the static files properly inside all our HTML files. So I will come to my admin.html file and I will copy this. And I'll head to the login.html file and replace it with the correct linking. And I'll do it for all the files which we have downloaded. I'll do it for the forgot password page. I'll do it for the password reset page. Basically, all the HTML files which are being linked to this CSS page. So the last one is going to be the reset password page. Now I'm just going to close that. Now when I head back to the front end and refresh, you should see the CSS has already kicked in. So it says invalid block tag on line 6 static. Did you forget to load this tag? That is because we didn't add load static, or I didn't add load static at the beginning or at the top. I'm going to come here and type load static. We're just loading, we're trying to say load static so that our static files can be displayed properly using this static specifier here. So I'll do the same for all the other files. I'll paste it there. The login.html, I'll paste it here too. I'll do the same in the password reset page. In the register already has that. And then I'll do it finally in the reset password.html page. Now, once I head back and refresh, I can see that my CSS has already kicked in. Now, if I head back to my register page, just to show you something, if I head back to the register page, you note that there is a link right here that says already have an account, login. But once I click it, you can see it's linked to a login.html page. So what we need to do is head to the register page and link to the login URL. So I'm just going to clear out this login.html which is there, and I'm going to link properly to the login page. So I'm going to say URL of login. So what we're just simply trying to do here is we're trying to access the login URL by using the name login, because that is the name of the URL which is connected to the login view. So once I do that and refresh my register view, if I click the link right now, you can see that we are being redirected to the login page. So I'm just going to close the register view and the register page and other HTML pages that we don't need for now. So I will come to the login.html page and also do the same. I will remove this register.html and replace it with the proper link to the register page. So I'll pass in register here, register. So once I refresh, I should be able to move between the sign up and login pages right now. Okay. So now that we have done that, we need to move on to working on the login pages. So let me head back to my README file, and we're going to continue following the steps. So the next step is that we need to head to the login.html file and give the input fields a name attribute and add tsrf token. So the exact same steps that we took for the register.html page is what we need to take for the login.html page also. So I'm just going to come down here and add tsrf token. I'll say csrf underscore token. Now, after doing that, we need to give the input fields a name attribute. Because this is the username input field, and users are going to log in using their username and passwords. I'm just going to give this a name attribute of username, and I'll give the password input field a name attribute of password. After doing this, just save it and let's head back to the file. Then the next step is that in the login view, we need to check for incoming form submission and grab the user data. So exactly like what we did in the register view, we're going to be doing the exact same thing in our login view. So just head to your login view and we need to write an if statement, which is going to check for an incoming post request. Because anytime the user fills the login form, the data gets sent as a post request because we're trying to send or post data to the backend. So I'm going to say if request dot method is equals to post. Then after saying if request dot method is equals to post, we now need to simply get what the user has entered using the name attributes. So we need to get for username and for password. I'm just going to head to my views and I'm going to say username is equals to request dot post dot get, and in here I'm going to pass in username, and I'll do the same for password. I'm just going to rename this to password. So right now at this point we have gotten the user's username and password. Now the next step is that we need to authenticate the user details. So this is where we now actually need to make use of something that we had imported at the top. If we look at line 3 here, you can see that from django.contrib.auth, we had imported authenticate, login, and logout. So in this view, we're going to be making, in our login view, we're going to be making use of authenticate and login, which we had imported. Now, there is also something I would like to call your attention to. If in your case, you created this view and you called it login, I want you to note that calling this your view login is going to give an error because we had imported this function or this method called login from Django.contrib. So it's going to clash and give errors. So make sure that your login view isn't just called login. If not, it's going to clash with this one that we have imported at the top and to give an error. So Now that we know that we are going to make use of those inputs, what we need to do next is that we need to authenticate the user details. So we are going to be using authenticate, which we imported at the top. So according to the README file, we just need to do that right now. I'm going to head over to the post request. And in here, I'm going to create a new variable. And I'll say user is equals to authenticate. Now, what we need to pass into this authenticate is that we need to pass in three items. The first is request. And after passing in request, we need to pass in the username and the password. So I'm going to say username is equals to username and password is equals to password. So what Django is going to do using authenticate is that it's going to take in this username, which we had gotten from the user, and it's also going to take in the password which the user had entered. And it's going to pass those details to this authenticate. Now, authenticate is going to go through the database and check for any user that has this username. And after it finds that user, it's going to check and see if the password that has been entered from the post request is going to check if that password matches the real password of the user that has this current username. So it just searches the database, gets a user with the username that was gotten from the post request. Then it also checks if that user, which it has gotten, has a password which matches what we have gotten from the post request. So we just want to authenticate and check if the credentials are actually okay. Now, what now happens is that if the credentials are actually okay, that is, if we're able to authenticate using this username and password, meaning that a user exists with this username and password, what Django is going to do is it's going to return that user back to us and it's going to be equated to this variable. But if for any reason these details aren't correct, it is going to return none back to us. That is, this authenticate class or method, this authenticate method, or function, is going to return back to us none, meaning that no user with these details that you have provided here exists. So we're going to see how we can do that. So now you can see that we have an if statement here, which checks if the user is not known. That is, if a user with these credentials exists, we just want to log that user in. So let's write the if statement now. I'm going to say if user is not known, that is, if this user exists in database, then we're just going to log the user into our project using the login method which we had imported at the top right here. So we're just going to log in the user. So I'm just going to come here and say login, and I'm going to pass in request, comma, user. So we're trying to log in this current user, this user that we have gotten from the authenticate function. So after passing in this login, what we now simply need to do is we need to redirect this person back to our home page, because what we're trying to build in this project is that when a user logs in, they get redirected to our home page, which has a name of home. So what we're just simply going to do is we're just going to return redirect to the home page. So after logging in the user, we're going to return redirect, and we redirect to the home page. So I'm just going to pass in home just like that. Now we need to take care of the case where the user is actually known. That is, if no user with these credentials were found in a database. So what we simply need to do in that case is that we're going to generate a new error and redirect the user back to the login page. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to write an else here. I'm going to say else, that is, if no user actually exists with those credentials. I'm going to create a new message. I'll say messages.error, and I'll pass in request. And after passing in request, I'm going to pass in the actual message of the error, saying invalid login credentials. Now, after creating this message, we want to redirect the user back to the login page so that they can see that error getting displayed in the login page. I'm going to say return redirect, and I'm just going to redirect back to the login page. So once we head back to our README file, what we now simply need to do next is that we need to restrict access to the homepage to only authenticated users. So what we want to do is that right now, if I go to the homepage, if I go to the homepage right now, I can see Hello World getting returned back to us. And I can see the URL. Now, I want a case where only a logged in user can see my homepage. So we need to restrict the homepage to only logged in users. And we can do that using this decorator, which we had imported earlier. So from django.contrib.auth.decorators, import login required. So this just helps us enforce that only a logged in user can view our homepage. So in order to use it, we're just going to call the decorator at the top of the home view and say at login required. So this is going to tell Django that in order to access this view, the user has to be logged in or authenticated first. Now, after restricting the user, there's something else that we need to pass in or that we need to set. We need to set the login URL in the settings.py file, because if a user which isn't logged in tries to, if a user that is not logged in tries to access our home page, we want to redirect the person back to the login page directly, because we don't want the user to access our home page. Now we need to set where the user gets redirected to. So that's what the login URL is. So what it just basically specifies is that, okay, if this user is not logged in and our view has login required specified, so what it just basically means is that we want to redirect the person back, or we want to redirect the person to the login page. So that is what login required mainly does. So what we need to specify right now is the login URL in the settings.py file. And the login URL basically tells Django where to redirect a user to if a specific view requires them to be logged in and they are not logged in. So we need to specify login URL in our settings.py file. So I want you to head to your settings.py file and scroll to the bottom. Now we're going to create a new variable and call it login URL, and we are going to equate it to login. So what this basically means right here is that we are trying to tell Django to redirect an unauthenticated user to a URL that has a name of login. So when an unauthenticated user, that is a user that is not logged in, when that user visits our home page and Django sees that the user needs to be logged in, that user is then going to be redirected back to a URL that has the name of login. So Django is going to come to the settings, check for the login URL and see that the name is login. Then it goes to the URLs.py file and it checks for a path or a URL that has the name of login. Then when it finds that URL, it's now going to take the person to the view that is associated with that URL. And then that is how the user gets redirected to our login view if they need to log in first before accessing a specific page. So now that we have specified the login URL, all we simply have to do is test the code to see if the users can log in. So what I will do right now is I will create a new, I will open my Edge browser and I will create a new account or a new account first. But I need to make sure my server is running. So I'm going to run python manage.py run server. So that is just going to start my local development server for me. So when that runs, I am now going to go to the sign up page. So if you noticed, when I tried visiting the home page, first of all, so let me just try visiting the home page, which is base URL. When I tried visiting it, you can see that we are being redirected back to the login page. Now that is because we had specified that this home page requires the user to be logged in. When we specified login required, it means that this view requires that the user needs to be logged in, and then they were now redirected to the login page. So I'm just going to first of all create a new account. So the account name, this is going to be called Jane. The first name is going to be called Jane. Last name is going to be called Doe. And the username is going to be Jane123. The email is jane@gmail.com, and the password is going to be some random password. So once I click register right now, we are going to be redirected to the login page. As you can see, we have been redirected to the login page, and there is a success message that says account created, login now. That success message is coming from our login view. At this point where we had created a new user, we created a new success message saying account created, login now, which is what you see here. And we are told Django to redirect to the login page. So now that we're on the login page, we're just going to log in with those details. I'm going to say Jane123, and then I will enter the password. So once I do that and click login, you are going to notice that we should be taken to the home page. So we have been taken to the home page because the credentials that we entered were correct. And we can see the login page because we are authenticated. Normally, like you saw, if we are not authenticated, we will not be able to see the login page. So now when we move on in our README file, you can see that so far we have been able to work on registering a new user. We have been able to work on logging in as a new, we have been able to work on logging in as like a user into our platform. Now, what we need to do is we now need to work on the logout view. So what if you are logged in and you actually just want to log out of your account? Now, that is why we had this logout link in the index.html file. So if I open it right now, my index.html file, you can see that we have a logout URL that just points to logout.html, but we are going to be changing that soon. So in the README file, it says that we need to create a logout view. So I will just come to my views.py file. So let me close my login and open my views.py file. So I will scroll down and create a new view, and I'll call it logout view. Now this is going to take in request. Now after taking in request, all we simply need to do is just log out the user. Now we log out the user by using the logout method, which we had imported at the top. And it is very simple to log out the user. All we have to do is just call the logout method, and we say logout request. And after logging out the user, what do we want to do? We now want to redirect the user back to our login page, because after the user has logged in or has logged out, we need to take the user to a different page. We're just going to redirect the user to the login page so they can log in again. We're going to return redirect to the login page. Now, after redirecting to the login page, or after writing this view, we now need to map this view to a URL. So I am going to head to my urls.py file, and I'll add a new view. And in here, it's just going to be logout. And I'm going to map it to the logout view by saying views.logout view. And then I'm going to give this URL a name of logout. So this is name equals logout. I'm going to save that. Then after saving it, the next step is that we need to head to the login.html file and set the correct URL for the logout. So I'm going to clear out this logout.html, and I'm going to pass in the proper URL. So I'm going to say URL of logout. So what we're simply just doing here is that we're trying to write in a link, which is going to, we're trying to type the link for this logout view. So it's going to be /logout /. So we're just basically trying to link to this logout URL, so that from that URL, the user can be taken to the logout view, and then the user can be logged out successfully out of our platform. Now, if we head back to the code, what we just simply have to do is test to see if it works. So I am going to head back to this my Edge browser and refresh. So when I refresh, let me just refresh again. I am going to click the logout URL. So once I click the logout URL, you can see that we are being redirected back to the login page. And if I try to access the home page, you can see now that we are being redirected back to the login page. So it shows that we successfully logged out and our logout functionality in our views.py file is working perfectly. So basically, so far we have been able to talk about the register, the sign in, and the logout features. So moving on, we are going to start working on the forgot password section, because we said that we're going to write the features that is going to help the user reset their password in a situation where they forgot it, for example. So what we're simply going to do right now is that it says that for step 12, we need to create the forget password model and views. So let's just first of all create the following views, because we are going to need these views, and I will explain why we are creating them. So I want you to just copy and paste those views. So we have the forgot password view, the password reset sent view, and the reset password view. And they are all returning these HTML files which are present in the templates directory or the templates folder. Now remember that this templates folder is what we had gotten these files earlier from the GitHub repository and stored them in this templates folder. Now, what we just simply need to do next is that we're going to head to the README file. And what we need to do next is that we need to map all of these views to specific URLs. So if we look at this forgot password view, it's basically just returning the forgot password.html page. Now this password reset sends view and this reset password view, they are special because they both collect they both accept a parameter called reset ID. Now we're going to be making use of this reset ID. But in order to make use of this reset ID, we need to pass it in through the URL. So through the URL, we're going to pass that reset ID, and then we're going to grab it in the view just like this. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to copy these URLs from what I have here. So we're just trying to map this view basically to their own URLs. So after copying it, I'm going to paste those URLs in here. So the first URL that we have created is just for the forgot password view, which is what we have here, the forgot password view. So we're just mapping the URL forgot-password this view. Now the next URL is password reset sent. And we're trying to map that URL to this view, password reset sent. Now, if you notice in the URL, it is password reset sent /str reset ID. So what we're going to be doing is that anytime we pass this link or anytime we call this link, we're going to pass the reset ID into the URL so that we can get that reset ID from the view and make use of it. So let me just explain how this reset ID works. Now, when the user tries to reset their password, a code is going to be generated for them, which is going to be used to reset their password. Now, that code is going to be passed into the link of the reset password, is going to be passed into the link of the reset password view. So what we're now going to do is that that code only lasts for 10 minutes. So using that code, we're going to pass it into the URL. So when we get it in the view, we are now going to check if the time has reached 10 minutes. That is, if the duration of time where which the code was sent and the current time is greater than 10 minutes, then it means that the code has expired. So that is why we need to pass in the reset ID. So, but don't worry, you are going to see how this is going to work eventually. So after creating these URLs and mapping them to the view, okay, I didn't talk about this last one. So the last one is just the reset password view, and is the reset password URL, which we are mapping to the reset password view. Now, these two views again accept the reset ID, which we are going to be making use of. So let's proceed. Now, the next step is that we need to create a model for the password reset. Now, remember that I said that anytime a user clicks like forgot password and they input their details, a new code is going to be created for them, or a reset ID rather, is going to be created for them. Now, that reset ID has a time frame of 10 minutes. So if the time that the user is trying to reset their password using that reset ID is greater than 10 minutes, it's going to give an error. So we need a way of actually creating these reset IDs, storing them in a database, so that when a user tries to resets their password using that reset ID, we can now determine whether the ID is still valid or not. So we are going to see how that will work. But I just want you to first of all create this model in your models.py file. So I want you to head to your models.py file inside your app folder and then just paste all of this or type it. So what we are simply doing is we are importing the Django user class and then we are importing UUID because we want to generate a unique ID each time the user tries to reset their password. Now we have a class or a model called password reset. Now this model has three fields: the user, that is the user who this reset ID belongs to. Then the second field is the actual reset ID. Now this is a UUID field, and by default, a new UUID.UUID4 ID gets generated by default. So anytime a new password reset object is created, by default, this value is going to be set to a UUID4, which is just a unique ID, which is going to get generated and stored by default. Then we're saying unique equals true and editable equals false because we want each ID to be unique because we don't want two users to have the same reset ID. So that is why we're saying unique is true. And then we're saying editable is equals to false because this value should not and cannot be editable. Now, we also have a third field called created when. Now, this just helps us create a timestamp of when the ID was created so that we can properly determine when it expires, which is in 10 minutes, because each reset ID should only last for 10 minutes. Then we have a string method here that just basically helps us return the password reset is for whoever the user is, and it shows when the password reset ID was created. So after creating this model table, what we have to do is now make migrations and migrate. So I will just open my terminal right now in VS Code, and I am going to run Python manage.py, make migrations. We're trying to make migrations because we just created new database tables. I'm going to say Python manage.py, make migrations. Now that is just going to create this, it's just going to say create model password resets. Now what we now have to do is we need to migrate these changes so that the tables can be saved and created in the database. I'm going to say Python manage.py, migrate. Now, after saying Python manage.py migrate, it's just going to create those tables in our database. So the next step is that we need to now register this model in the admin.py file so that when we come to our admin dashboard, we can actually see the table or the entries in the database. So I will head to my admin.py file, which is here. And then inside this file, I am going to import that model. So I'm going to say from .models, that is, I am trying to reference the model file in this current working directory because the admin file and the models file are in the same folder or in the same directory. I can just say from .models, and I'm going to import password reset. So after importing that model, I am just going to register it in the admin, and then I'll say admin.sites.register, and in here I'm just going to pass in password reset. Now after passing that in, I am just going to save it, make sure my server is running, and then head back to my dashboard and refresh. So once I refresh, I can now see the new table being displayed, the password reset, and it is under the core app. So right now, I can see that the tables have been created. So the next step that we need to take is that we need to now work on the forgot password view. That is, the view that we had just created, which is the forgot password view. We need to work on it. So what I'm going to do is I am going to copy that URL which we created, forgot-password, and I'll head to my other browser and I'll visit that URL. So when I go to forgot password, you can see this is how it looks like. It's just basically going to ask the user to enter their email, which is associated with the account. So when the user enters the email, what we are going to do is we're going to send them an email that contains details that will help them reset their password. But before we send an email to whatever email does they enter, we are going to need to verify that a user with that email actually exists in our database, because we don't want to send a password reset email to a random email that doesn't exist in our database. So we're going to check if that email exists first. And if it exists, we're going to now send an email to the user telling them that, okay, this is how you reset your password. So we're going to do that right now. So just head to the README file. Then the step says head to your forgotpassword.html file. Then add a name attribute to the input field. So what I will just do is I'll first of all close out these files. Then I'll open my forgotpassword.html. Then the step says that we need to add a name attribute to the input field because we want to be able to grab the email that the user has entered. So first of all, I'm going to add CSRF token to this form. I'll say CSRF underscore token. And after doing that, I'm just going to add a name attribute here. I'm going to call this email. Now, after doing that, I will just save the file and come back here. Then it says add CSRF token and change the URL. So if I go back to the browser, you can see that there are two URLs that are for sign up and login. So what I'm just going to do is I will scroll down and make sure that these URLs are linked properly. So in here, I will link properly to the sign up page. So it's going to be a URL that links to the register page. And for the login, this one is going to link properly to the login page. So I'm going to say URL of login. So that way, when we refresh, the user can access these pages by using these links. So I'm just going to go back to the reset password page. The next step is that we need to now check for an incoming form submission in the forgot password view. That is, when the user has filled their email in and submitted the form, we need to grab that email. So it's what we have been doing before. I'll just write an if statement here that checks for a post request. I'll say if request.method is equals to post. And what do we want to do? We want to grab the email and say email is equals to request.post.get. And in here, I'm just going to pass in email. So after passing in email, we're just trying to grab the email that the user has entered right here. Now, the next step is that we need to now set up email settings so that we can send the email actually. Because you know that I explained that anytime a user enters their email and the details are correct, we are going to send them an email message to their email account. And that message is going to basically contain an instruction on how to reset their email. So right now, we need to set up our Django project to be able to send emails to our users to enable them reset their password. So what we need to do is we need to copy all of these settings and then we need to specify them. We need to copy all of this code and specify them in our settings.py file. So just go to your settings.py file and I will explain what all of these mean. When you do that, just paste them there. So I am going to be sending emails with my Gmail account. So you can decide to do this using a different method. But for this method, I will be sending emails using my Gmail account. So first of all, we need to specify the email host to be smtp.gmail.com because I'm trying to send using a Gmail account. And the email port is going to be 465. Then email use SSL is set to true. Then email host user. What this basically means is what account do you want to use to send this email? That is, what is going to be the sender account that is going to be sending these emails to the recipients, which are our users. Now, I am going to make use of my own email. So I'll type it right now. Now, the next thing is email host password. So if you are going to be using your Gmail account to send these emails. Just typing in the password to your Gmail account won't work anymore because um, the security features were updated. So what you need to do is that you need to generate a Google app password. Now this app password is what we can now add to our code, which is going to enable us use our Google accounts to send this email. So if I go back to the README file, you will see that I post the link here. For Gmail users, create an app password below. So I will just copy this link and go to my browser, and I'll visit that link in a new page. So once I press enter, I am going to visit this page because I want to create a new app password. So what I need to do first of all is I need to type in the name of the app password which I want to create. So I'm just going to call it, as you can see, I had already created a few app passwords before. I'm just going to call this one tutorial. Now, once I type the name, I'm just going to click create. Now, once you click create, a new app password is going to be generated for you, and you can just copy it. Now, once you copy it, head back to your code, go to your settings.py file, and where you have email host password, just replace what you have here and paste the app password which was generated for you. Now, note that once you copy this and click done, you can never see it again. So make sure you copy it before clicking done. So now that I have copied it, I'm just going to click done, and I can see that the new app password has been created. So you can always delete it anytime you want. So now that we have created an app password and we have set up our email settings in order to send emails using our Gmail accounts, let's head back to the README file. Now the next step is that we need to verify if the email that the user entered is valid. That is, when I enter this email, or when a user enters this email, we need to verify on the back end that a user with that email address actually exists in our database, because we don't want to send a reset password email to a user who does not exist in our database. So what we're going to do is we're going to be using try and except blocks for that. So I am just going to come back to I'll close my settings.py. I'll come back to my views, and then I'm going to write a try and accept block. We are going to try and get a user whose email matches what was entered from the form. So we're just going to write a try and accept block. I'm going to type try, and I'm going to say user, right? So let's just make sure we're following the README file. Okay. We're going to say user is equals to user.object.get. We're going to say email is equals to email. That is, we're trying to look through the database to get a user whose email matches what was entered in the form. So when we get the user, we're just going to make use of the details. But what if no user with this email exists? Then we want to try and get the error that will be generated, because if we try and get a user with this email, if it doesn't exist, Django is going to crash and give an error saying this user does not exist. So we can get that error by using an except block. So we can say except user dot does not exist. That is, if the user that we're trying to get does not exist, what do we want to do? We want to display an error, and we want to redirect to the forgot password page. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to paste what I just copied. So if the user does not exist, then we want to generate a new error saying error, no user with email, and the email that was entered from the front end. No users with that email, no user with that email found. Then we're going to redirect the user back to the reset password page again. So this is basically how we can check if that email is valid. So we're going to try and get the user first of all. And if that user does not exist in the database, it's going to catch the error here, and it's going to generate a new error message saying no user with that email is found. And we're going to redirect the user back to the forgot password page where the message is going to be displayed right here. So what we just need to do right now is we just need to test this to see if it will work. So I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to pass in an email that does not exist. Let me just type in, like, I don't know, an email that does not exist. And once I click reset password, so you can see that it now gives me an error saying no user with this email found. So that means that this user does not exist in our database. So that way we are able to prevent users from just spamming random emails and having the reset email getting sent to those emails. Now, the next step is that we now need to actually send the password reset email if the email is valid. So what that means is that if a user enters a valid email and a user with that email exists, then we need to send a message to that user's email telling them that they can reset their password using the instructions it created. So what we need to do next is that we need to create a new reset ID. So I will just open my models right here. Now, remember that I explained that when a user wants to create a new, when a user wants to reset their password, a new reset ID gets created for them. And then using that reset ID, we can now reset the password for them. So what we're just going to do is we're going to create a new reset ID and in the forgot password page. So you're going to see how this will work. So inside the try and accept block, if we're able to guess the user successfully, then what we want to do is we want to create a new reset password object. We are now going to save it. So we're only passing in user equals user because, again, I said that by default, the reset ID is going to get created because we said default is equals to UUID plus UUID4. So by default, a new ID is going to get generated. And also by default, the date time created when is going to get saved also immediately because we specified auto now add equals true. So what that means is that anytime a new object is created, the current date time of this, or the current date time that the object was created, is going to automatically get set and saved. So that is why the only thing that we need to specify is the user. So in the views, all we're simply going to pass in is password reset, and user is equals to the user that we have gotten here. So we're just going to save that new password reset ID. Now, after saving the password reset ID, the next thing that we need to do is we now actually need to get the URL which the user has to visit, or we need to generate the URL which the user has to visit in order to reset their password. Now, we have a view right here called reset password. We haven't written the code yet, but this view is going to help us, or is going to help the user reset the password. So it is in this view that we're actually going to be writing the backend logic to help the user reset the password. Now, what we have to do is we now have to generate that URL so that when the user gets the email, they can click that URL and they'll be brought to this view where they can reset their password. So what we're just simply going to do is I am going to copy this and I'm going to explain what it does. But just follow with me. I will just come back to my views right here and I'm going to paste it. So what we are doing right now is we're trying to generate the password reset URL. So we are just going to make use of the reverse method, which again we had imported at the top right here from Django.urls import reverse. So what we're simply just trying to do is that we are trying to generate the reset password URL. So when you want to make use of the reverse function, what you have to do is first pass in the URL name. So because we're trying to generate the URL for the reset password view, we need the name of that URL, which we called reset password. So we have specified the reset password first. But we need to also note that this URL takes in a parameter of reset underscore ID. So we need to pass that parameter in, and then we're going to say keyword args. We're going to pass it in as a keyword argument, and then we're going to specify that reset underscore ID, which is the parameter that this URL takes in. We're going to specify that reset ID is equals to new password reset dot reset ID. So the reset ID that we're trying to pass in is the reset ID which was generated from here. So we're just going to say new password reset dot reset ID. So it's going to come into this new password reset that we had created, and it is going to get the reset ID which was generated by default. So that is why we are passing in new password ID dot reset ID. So now that we have generated the URL here, we can now properly use that URL in the body of our email. So let's see how we're going to make use of it. So what we now simply need to do is we need to create a new email body. So I will also explain how this works. So just copy it with me and or write it out and paste it. So we're going to say email underscore body is equals to the F keyword because we want to format the string. So it's going to say reset your password using the link below. And we're going to break by 3 lines. And the password and the URL that we're going to pass in is the actual password reset URL. So what the user is going to see is a text saying reset your password using the link below. And 3 lines below this text, we are going to see the reset password. So this way, we are able to generate the password reset URL, which is going to link to this password reset password view. And then we're able to send that URL along with this email body in the email that we are sending to the user whose password they want to reset. Now, the next step that we're going to take is that we just need to copy all of this. We need to create the message. So I will explain what this does. So I will just paste it first of all. Now, after we have generated the URL and we have also specified the email body, what we now need to do is we now actually need to send that email. So we are going to make use of the email message class, which we imported from django.core.mail, because this is inbuilt and it helps us send emails by default. So right now, let's look at the structure of this. So the first thing that we need to specify is the subject of the email if we are going to be making use of the email message class. So the first thing is that we need to specify the subject, and the subject is just going to be reset your password in our case. Now, the next thing that we need to specify is the email body. That is, what do you actually want to send to the recipients? What is the content of the email? Now, the next thing that we need to specify is the user that is sending this email. So we had imported settings earlier at the top when we said from django.conf import settings. So what we can now do is we can say settings.email host user. So when we say that, we are just trying to access, sorry, not that. If I go to my settings.py file, when we say settings.email host user, we are just trying to access email host user, which we had specified in the settings. So we're trying to say that the sender of this email is the email host user, which we had specified in the settings.py file. So right now, after specifying the sender of the email, what we now need to specify is in a list, we need to specify the recipient. So in this list, we can pass in the number of recipients that we want, but we need to pass in the email of whoever is going to receive this email rather. So remember that the user had entered their email, and at this point, we had already done the verification to make sure that the user with that email exists. So we're just going to pass in email, which is what the user entered, as the recipient. So if I enter if for example, I enter email.com or maybe example at gmail.com in this place, this entire email is going to be sent to example at gmail.com because I had passed it into this list. Now, the next step that we need to take is we need to specify email.fail silently equals true and email.send. So I will explain what this means. So let me just paste that right there. So when I paste it, I'm going to explain this now. So when we say email message.fail silently equals true, so what this basically means is that if in the process of trying to send this email, we encounter an error, we are just going to fail silently instead of crashing our entire program. So it's just going to fail silently and continue operating as normal without actually crashing our entire program. So after doing that, we'll just try and send the email by calling email.send. Now, after calling email.send, it's just going to send this email to whichever recipient we specify. So after doing all of that, let's just save the forgot password view changes that we had just made. Now, the next step is that we need to work on the password reset sent view. So what this view is going to do is that it's just going to show the user or tell the user that the email has been sent to that the reset password instructions have been sent to their email. And that's why the view is called password reset sent. So before we actually work on it, we just need to make sure that we are redirecting to this view called password reset sent. So I am going to come to my views.py file. And after sending the email, what we just simply want to do is redirect the person to this view. And we see that it takes in a reset ID. So when we say return redirect password reset sent, we are now going to specify the reset ID and say reset underscore ID. And reset underscore ID is going to be equals to new password reset dot reset ID, because we are trying to pass in the reset ID, which was just freshly generated from the modules.py file here. So when the user now gets, when the email gets sent, we are going to redirect the user to the password reset sent view. Now this view is basically going to take that reset ID and it's going to check the database to make sure that a password reset object with this ID, which is being passed in, actually exists. So it says get reset ID and make sure that the ID is valid. So I'm just going to copy this right now and I'm going to come to my password reset sent view and I am going to paste it. So don't worry, you are going to see how all of this is going to work. But before I proceed, I would just like to show you what the the password reset sent page looks like. So you can see that this is what it should look like. It's just going to say reset sent and a password link has been sent to your email. Please note that it expires in 10 minutes. So this is basically how the page looks like. So I just wanted to show you guys that. Now the next step is that we need to check if this reset ID, which has been passed into this view, if a reset ID actually exists, if that reset ID actually exists in the database. So we're writing the if, and we're saying if password resets the objects.filter, reset ID equals reset ID dot exist. So we're just checking if a password reset object with this reset ID exists in database. So after checking for that, if it exists, we just want to return redirect this HTML view. So we're just going to push this into the if statement. That is, if this reset ID exists, then we want to render out this page to the user, telling them that an email has been sent with instructions of how to reset your password. But if it does not exist, we just want to generate a new error and redirect the person back to the forgot password page. So if, for example, the person tries to access this page with a reset ID that is invalid, then the user is going to get redirected to the forgot password page or the forgot password URL, which is this view. And then the error is going and then an error is going to be displayed that says invalid reset ID. So what we just need to do now is save that and head back to the README file. So that is basically all we're going to do inside the password reset view. We're just going to display that message to the user, telling them that an email has been sent. And we're going to only display it if the reset ID, which is entered, is actually valid and it exists. So else, we're just going to tell the user that the reset ID that you entered is invalid, meaning that it does not exist, and we return them to the forgot password page. Now, the next thing is that we now actually need to work on the password reset view. And this is the final phase of the tutorial. We need to work on a part that actually helps the user to reset the password. So the README file says that we need to head to the reset password.html file and make sure that we add name attribute and CSRF token. So I will just head to my reset password .html file. Now, once I head there, I will come to the form. And the first thing I'll do is I'm going to add a CSRF token. So I'll say CSRF underscore token. And then after saying that, I need to give these input fields name attributes. I'm going to give this a name attribute of password. And I'm going to give this one a name attribute of confirm password. Now, once I save that, it means that we can grab the user input using this name attribute. So after doing that, I will just come down here to change this login URL also. So this is going to be URL of login. So after doing that, the next step is that we now need to get the reset ID and make sure that it is valid. So we want to do the exact same thing that we did in the reset password sent view. We first want to check if the reset ID, which has been passed in from the URL, is valid. So before we do anything, first of all, we need to make sure that the reset ID is valid. So we're going to be making use of try and except blocks in this case. So I am just going to copy all of this and then I will definitely explain all what it does. So just follow with me. I'm going to paste that down here. So we have a try block. Now in this try block, we are trying to get a password reset object that has the reset ID of what has been passed in via the URL. So that is exactly what we did here. So we're just trying to use the get method instead of the filter method. So in this case, if the get method does not find any password reset object with this reset ID, then it's going to give an error saying the password reset object does not exist. So that is where the except block comes into play. So in the except block, we are now going to redirect the person back to the forgot password page. And then we're going to display this error message saying invalid reset ID. So that means that anytime a user hits this view, our Django project or Django or Python is going to check if a password reset object with this reset ID actually exists. So if it doesn't exist, we're going to catch that error in this except block, and we're going to redirect the person back to the forgot password page. So the next step that we now need to take is that we need to get the passwords from form submit. That is, after the user has filled this form and hits the submit button, then we now need to actually get the post request coming in to the view. So inside this try and except block, I'm going to write an if statement. I'm going to say if request.method is equals to post, that is, if it is a post request that is coming into this into our view. So what we now need to do is that we now need to actually grab the data that is coming in. So because the user is sending the password and confirm password, we're just going to be getting those values. I'm going to say password is equals to request.post.get, and in here I'm going to pass in password, and the next thing is confirm password, and it's going to be equals to request.post.get, and in here I'm going to pass in confirm password. So right now, what we've been able to do is we've been able to get the password and confirm password, which the user has entered from the HTML file. Now, the next step is that we need to verify these passwords and reset link. So verify passwords and reset link. So what we want to do is, first of all, we want to create a flag as usual because we need to perform some verification on what the user has entered. I'm going to create this variable and call it passwords have error. So at first, they are set to false because obviously when the post request is coming in at first, no errors have been gotten. So the next thing that we now need to do is we need to perform some verification. So the first thing that we need to check is that we need to make sure that the password and the confirm password fields are equal to each other. So what that means is that if I go to the reset password page right now to show you how it looks like, you'll see that we're just entering the first password and a confirm password. So what we want to do is that we want to make sure that both passwords are equal to each other. So we're going to write an if statement here that checks if both passwords aren't equal to each other. Now, I wanted you to note also that inside this reset password view, it is a reset password.html file that we're using, which we have seen here. So now we're just going to perform this verification, and I will just copy it, and then I will just paste this right here. So I'm just copying and pasting so that I don't have to type all this. Now let's look at what we have here. So we have if password is not equals to confirmed password. That is, if the passwords that the user has entered do not match, then we're going to set passwords have error to true, which is the flag, indicating that the passwords that the user has entered has some kind of error. Then we're going to create a new error message saying passwords do not match. Now, after doing that, the next thing that we need to check for is to make sure that the length of the password is greater than 5 characters. Because if you remember, when we were working on the register section, if I scroll up, we had to make sure that the length of the password was greater than 5. If not, we wanted to generate an error telling the user that the password length has to be greater than 5. So we can do just that. So I will just copy this and I will paste it right here. So let me go to the next line and paste it. So what we're just simply saying here is that if the length of the password which has been entered is less than 5 characters, then again, we want to set the flag to true so that we can properly determine if there has been an error or not. Then after that, we now want to create a new error telling the user that password must be at least 5 characters long. So this is how we would do just that in order to determine whether the passwords are the same and if the password is greater than 5 characters or not. So the next thing that we now actually need to check is to make sure that the link has not expired. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that this reset ID has not expired. Now, if I go back to my models.py file, remember that we created a field called created when, and this field basically just helps us store when the password reset object was created. Now remember that I said each reset ID or each password reset object should have a lifespan of 10 minutes. So what we want to do is that before we write code to reset the user password, we want to check if the amount of time that we want to check if it has been 10 minutes since the reset ID has been sent. If it has been over 10 minutes since the reset ID has been sent, then we do not want to reset the password using this reset ID because the time has elapsed. So we're going to see how to do that. So I will just copy this and I will come down to paste it. So this is just part of our verification. So there is a variable called expiration time, and it is equals to reset ID dot created when. So reset ID is what we are getting from here because we had gotten the reset ID object using we had gotten the password reset object using the reset ID, which was passed in from the URL. So now we have it here in reset ID. You know what? Let's rename this to password reset ID in order to prevent any clashing between reset ID here and here. So I'm just going to rename this to password reset ID. So now we're going to say password reset ID does created when. So we're trying to get the time and the date time that this password reset was created. So when we get here, we're just adding plus time zone does time delta equals time zone dot time delta of 10 minutes. So we're getting this time zone from the imports that we made earlier when we said from Django.utils import time zone. So when we scroll down, what we're simply trying to do here is that we're trying to add 10 minutes to the time that the object was created because we want to determine when the object was supposed to expire. So when we say password does reset ID does created when dot plus time zone dot time delta of minutes equals 10, we're just trying to say, okay, get the time that this object was created, then add 10 minutes to it so that we can know exactly when it was supposed to expire, or exactly when it was meant to expire. So now that tells us that we can get the expiration time in this variable. So what do we now want to do next since we have gotten the expiration time? What we want to check is that if the current time is greater than the expiration time, so obviously it means that the code has expired, because if the current time is greater than the time that the code has expired at, it means that we can no longer use the code and the code has expired. So I'm just going to copy this code and explain how it works. I'm going to come down and paste this if statement right here. And then we are saying if time zone dot now, that is if the current time is greater than expiration time. So obviously that means that if the time has elapsed, if this code has expired, then we just want to set this flag also to true. So password have error is equals to true, and the error is reset link has expired. So we're just trying to tell the user that this reset ID or the reset link has expired because the 10 minutes period has elapsed. So I will just scroll down. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to check if there are no errors. So if there are no errors, it basically means that we can now reset the user password. So it means that the passwords match each other, the password length is greater than 5 characters, and then the duration for the reset ID hasn't been elapsed and it hasn't passed yet. So the ID is still valid. So what we're just going to do is we're going to write an if statement, which is going to check if we don't have any errors. So I'm going to come down, and after all this verification has been done, I'm just going to write if not passwords have sorry, not that, if not passwords have error. That is, if the value is not true, that is, if passwords have error is not true, it means that obviously we don't have any errors, and the errors weren't set from here, so it would be false. So that means that if we don't have any errors, what we just want to do is we want to reset the passwords. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user who owns this reset ID. So I'm going to say user is equals to reset ID dot user. But instead of saying reset ID, I'm going to rename this to password underscore reset ID. So what I'm just saying is the password reset ID dot user. So Django is going to go into this module and grab the user that is associated with this reset ID, because that is the user whose password we would like to reset. Now, after getting the user here, the next step is that we just want to set the new password of the user. And we can make use of the set password inbuilt method of the class. So what we'll just say is, I'm just going to paste that. We'll just say user.set password of the new password, which was entered here. We're just trying to tell Django to set the new password of this user to whatever password has been entered. And then we just want to save the new user credentials. Then the next step is that we need to delete the reset ID, because what that means is that if the user has now successfully reset their password using this reset ID, then what we need to do is we need to obviously delete it, because we don't want a case where a user has reset their password using a reset ID, and then they can now go back and reset their password using the same reset ID. So that would be dangerous, and we don't want a case like that. So what I'll just do is I'll just copy this and I'll paste it. So after updating the new password, I'm just going to delete the reset ID. So after deleting the reset ID, the next thing that we're just simply going to do is that we're going to redirect the user back to the login page. So after the user has reset their password, we're now going to take the user to the login page and tell them, okay, you have reset your password. Now what you can do is you can just log in. So I will come here and paste this. I'm going to create a new message saying password reset, proceed to login. So when they get redirected to the login page, they are going to see this success message getting displayed right back at them. But before we proceed, there's something else that we need to do. Now, in the case where the code or the reset ID has expired, what we need to do is we need to delete that ID. So I'm just going to go to my views and scroll to the top here. So if the time zone dot now is greater than the expiration time, we want to set passwords have error equals true and create a new message. And after creating this message, we just want to delete that reset ID. Now we are deleting it because it has already expired and there's no point keeping it in database because again, it has expired. It is of no use no more. So that is why we are going to delete it if it has expired. Now, after doing all of this, the next step that we need to take is that we just need to write an else block. So in the else block, it just simply means that, okay, if passwords indeed have an error, that is, if passwords have error, in the else block, we just want to redirect the user back to the reset password page so that the errors can be displayed. So I'm just going to paste that else block right here. So by saying else, it simply means that, okay, if the passwords have error is true, it means that there's obviously an error. So we would like to redirect the user back to the same page, which is the reset password. And we need to pass in the reset ID because again, the URL takes in a parameter of reset ID. And then that ID gets passed to the reset password view, which is what we are getting from here. So at this point, the messages had already been created as errors. So when they are getting redirected back to this view, they are going to be seeing the error messages which we had created earlier. So the next step after that is just testing the code. And so before testing the code, there is one last thing we need to actually do. We need to make a few changes. Now here where we have password reset URL, we are just going to create a new variable and we're going to call it full password reset URL. And I'm going to explain why we are doing this. So the reason why we are creating a new full password reset URL is because this line that we have given here will not totally give us the complete URL of this reset password view. So we are going to see exactly what we are going to do. So when we run this reverse, or when Python runs or Django runs this reverse line right here, what it is going to do is it will just go to the URLs and just generate for us only this URL. So it's going to be reset password forward slash whatever ID it is. So it is not going to give us the complete URL like the domain, which is localhost colon 8 localhost colon 8000 forward slash reset password forward slash the reset ID. So it won't actually do that for us. The only thing that it is going to return is reset password forward slash whatever ID that we pass in. So in order to generate the full ID, the full reset URL, that is why we need to do this. So first of all, we are going to use the F string so that we can generate the full URL. So what I'm just going to do is I'm first going to pass in request.get underscore scheme. So what this is going to do basically is it's going to return to us what protocol we are using, whether it is HTTP or HTTPS. So it's just going to give us the current scheme, either HTTP or HTTPS. Now we need to do HTTP or HTTPS colon forward slash. And what we need to do next is we need to get the domain. So I'm going to say request.get underscore host. So what request does guest host does is that it will just go to the URL and it is going to get whatever domain is currently serving our Django project. So in this case, it is localhost, which is running on port 8000. So that is what is going to get returned back to us. Now, the next thing that we just need to pass in is the password reset URL. So this is how we are going to get the full reset URL. It's going to be request.get scheme, which is going to be HTTP or HTTPS, then to be colon forward slash, then it's going to be the the local host or the local host or domain name. It's going to be the domain name which is serving our Django project. And in this case, it is going to be localhost. Then it's now going to be forward slash the reset URL, which is going to be generated from this reverse call here. Then all I'm just going to do is in the body, instead of passing in password reset URL, I'm going to pass in full password reset URL. And after doing that, that is basically all we need to do in order to test this code. So if I go to my admin dashboard, there is something I did earlier. Now remember that I created a user called Jane123. So I went into the email address and actually put in an email of mine that actually exists, because we are going to try and reset the password of Jane123, and we need a valid email address for that to work. And I had already logged into that email address from my browser. So now we are going to try and reset the password of Jane123. So I will go back to my browser, or where I have where I signed up as Jane, and I'll hit the reset password. Now please note that for the reset password link, I want you to go back to your login page, and where we have this forgot your password, I changed the URL from what it was before, which was this hash, and I changed it to the correct URL, which was just forgot password. I'm going to pass in URL and say forgot dash password. So when you do that, it's going to properly link to the reset password page. So I'm going to click that. Now the next thing is that we need to pass in the email of the user whose account we want to reset. But let's say I pass in a wrong email. Once I hit reset password, you can see that we get an error saying no user with this email that was entered can be found. So right now, let's just enter the correct email. Now, once I hit reset password, you see that we are getting an error saying object has no attribute get scheme. Now we are getting this error because it says str object is not callable. So what we're just simply going to do is remove this parenthesis here, because it is not callable, and request.scheme returns to us a string which is either HTTP or HTTPS. So now I will just go back and refresh the page. And after refreshing the page, I'm going to pass in the email again. And once I hit reset password, we should get sent to the reset password has been sent page. So once we hit reset password, we just have to wait and see if the email gets sent, hopefully. So now we can see that we are being taken to the reset sent page, and it says a password reset link has been sent to your email. Please note that it expires in 10 minutes. Now, if you look at the URL, you can see that it is reset sent / the reset ID. Now, the reset ID was dynamically passed in from the URL into the method. So that is why we are able to see this page. So what we can now do is that we can check the email to see if we actually received it. So when I go back to my email, what I will do is refresh. Now, once I refresh, I can see that the email has already come in. So once I check this email right now, I can see that I have this link being returned to us, and it says reset your password using the link below. So we successfully were able to send the email to the recipient using this email address, which we specified in our settings.py file. And then we were able to successfully define what message it is. So if I scroll to the point where we defined it, this was the message: reset your password using the link below. And then we were able to generate the full link, which is what we can see here. So I will just copy this link to test to see if it actually works. And after copying that link, I'll head back to my other browser, and I'm going to paste that link into the browser. So now we are being returned back to this page called the reset password page. It is now actually on this page that we can reset the password. So let's say I enter two passwords that do not match each other. I'll just press enter. And once I press enter, it says passwords do not match. So basically, that helps us check if the passwords match or not. But let me now enter two passwords that match. So I'll enter the first password and then the confirm password. So once I hit reset password, hopefully that should reset the password for us. And the password has been reset, and you can see that we are being redirected to the password reset. We are being redirected to the login page, and a message of password reset, proceed to login, has been given back to us. And that is coming from this section right here, where we said, okay, after resetting the password, and deleting the reset ID, I want you to just create a new message and redirect the person back to the login page. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to try and log in with the credentials. So I believe the account is called Jane123, and I'm going to log in with the new credentials or with the new password. So once I hit login, hopefully that should work, and you can see that we are being redirected back to, or we're being redirected to the login page because the credentials were successfully because the credentials were successfully set. Now, if I tried resetting my password again with that link, you can see that we were immediately redirected back to the reset password page because it said invalid reset ID. So the moment I even pasted that link, what it did was it's it came here to check if that ID actually existed. But because we had already deleted the ID at this point, it caused us to move to the accept block because it said the password reset objects does not exist. So then a message of invalid reset ID was generated, and we were redirected to the forgot password page. So that is why that does not work. And remember that if you want to get all the code, there is going to be a link in the description which will take you to the GitHub repository where I have uploaded all the code. So if you have any question, please don't hesitate to leave it in the comment section and I will reply you. Hello and welcome to this YouTube video. So in this tutorial, I am going to teach you how to integrate Google Login and Google Sign-in into your Django project. So users will be able to sign into your website using their Google accounts. So what I have here is a README file, which just outlines all the steps that we're going to take. So I created it so that it will be easy and structured, and so that you also can refer back to it in future. Now, if you want to get all the code to this project, you are going to see a link in the description, which will take you to the GitHub repository where you can get the code, including this README file. Now, I am going to show you what I already have on ground. So in a previous tutorial, I explained how to build a full authentication system so users can log in, register, and reset their passwords. And that is what you have currently running right here. And I can show you, for example, I can log in as the admin account. And then once I log in, you are going to notice that I will be brought to the home page. So you can see I am brought to the home page and it basically just says hello world, and then there's a logout button. So the only way I can access this home page is if I am logged out. So I'm going to click logout, for example, and the moment I try to access the home page, you can see that we are being redirected back to the login page. So this is what I have so far. It's just a basic authentication system that does login, logout, and password resets. Now I would like to integrate Google login into this project. I'm just going to have a sign in with Google button right here. And I will also have a sign up with Google button right here. As you can see, this is what it looks like. So I am going to be adding this button to my login page, and we're going to see how to make everything work. Again, if you want to get the code, a link is going to be in the description that will take you to a repository. And if you have any question, feel free to ask it in the comment section. So let's begin. So looking at this README file, the first step is that we need to open our Django project. So you can see I already have mine opened right here. So that's basic authentication system, the one that I just showed you, is what I have open in my Django, in my code editor. So I already have it open. And then this step says I am going to assume you have a Django project created already. So it says open that project in your code editor. So it could be VS Code or PyCharm or something else, whichever one you choose. Now, the next step is that we need to create a project or a new project on Google. So because we are going to be authenticating users with their Google account, we need to head to Google and create a new project so that we can connect that project, that's Google project, to our Django project. Now, this step says that we need to head to the Google Cloud Console below. So I want you to just copy this link if you are following with the README file, or you can just type console.cloud.google.com. So I'm just going to head to Google, open a new tab, and visit that link. It's console.cloud.google.com. So once this loads, make sure you switch to whatever account that you are using. So as you can see, I have two and three accounts here. So I'm just going to make use of this account. Now, after visiting it, the next step is that we need to click on the project tab and select new project. So I'm going to head back to Google, and then we need to click on the project tab right here. I'm going to click on the project tab, and then the next thing we need to do is we need to click new project because we want to create a new project on Google. Now, the next step is that we need to give your project a name and click create. So I am just going to name this project YT tutorial, YT tutorial. Now, once you've done that, just click create. You don't have to worry about location. Just click create. Now, after creating, it's going to say create project tutorial. So that is going to take a while to do. So it says the next step says wait for projects to get created. So we're just going to wait a while. Oh, and as you can see, it says the project is already created. So that is very great. Now, the next step is that we need to set up an OAuth consent screen. So the OAuth consent screen is basically what your users see when they click sign in with Google. You know they are going to be taken to a page, and then they have to select what Google account it is they want to log in with. And then so that is basically what they see. We want to set up that page. So it says this is where we set up what a user sees when they click sign in with Google. We need to set this up before we can get our OAuth credentials. Now we are going to see how we are going to get the OAuth credentials later on in this tutorial. The first step is that we need to set up the OAuth consent screen. So what we need to do next is after the project has been created, we need to select project after it has been created. So I will just head back to my Chrome and I'm going to click select project because this is the project that I had just created. So you know that it has been selected when it says you are working in whatever project name you named it. Now, after clicking the project, the next step is that we need to expand the navigation menu on the left and select OAuth consent screen. So we'll click API and services, and then we click OAuth consent screen. I'm going to go back, expand the navigation menu, and then I am going to click API. I'm going to hover over API and services, and then I'm going to come down and click OAuth consent screen. Now, after clicking that, what we need to do next is under user type, we need to select an external type and click create. So I'm just going to be following all of these steps because I had gone ahead and prepared this so that we know exactly what we are going to do. I'm going to select external and click create. So I will head back and I'm going to select external because this is asking us to choose how you want to configure or register your app, including target user. So internal is only available to users within your organization. And since we're not in an organization, just click external and because it's going to be available to any user, any test user with a Google account. So we're just going to click create. And after clicking create, we're going to be brought to this page. Now, the next step is that we need to fill the form. So under the form, we need to fill in an app name and select user support email. I'm going to go back and then we need to fill in an app name for this consent screen. So I'm just going to call it YT tutorial consent screen. Let me just zoom in here so that you can see it. So I named it YT tutorial consent screen. Now, for the user support email, this is usually the email that is linked to your Google account. That is the email that you are currently using to create this OAuth consent screen. I'm just going to select that specific email. Now, you can choose to add an app logo if you want to. So that way, when a user clicks sign in with Google, it's going to display your logo and inform you that you are trying to sign into this website using your Google account. Your logo is going to be displayed. So you can choose to add a logo or not. It's not compulsory. Now you can upload a logo as it says it is optional, and then you can optionally add app domains. So what that means is that if you already have a domain, a live domain, like for example, www.example.com, you can add that domain here. And if your website has a privacy policy link, maybe it's yourwebsite.com/privacy policy, you can add that in. And the same for terms of service. So it could be like yourwebsite.com/terms of service. So if you have those links, you can put them in optionally because it's not compulsory. And the next step is that we will leave authorized domains for now. That is, if you scroll down, you are going to see that we can add in authorized domain. But we're going to leave this empty for now, and we're going to come down to it and come back to it. So the next step, it says fill in a developer contact info, and then click save and continue. I'm going to go back, and then at the point where it says fill in developer contact info, what they are really asking for is your email. So I'm just going to put in my email right there. And after putting in my email right there, that should be enough. And that should be everything we need to do in this section. I'm just going to click save and continue. Now, once I click save and continue, we're going to be brought to the scopes section. So let's head back to the README file. It says next, we need to add scopes for the information you want to get that you want to get access to from the Google account. So what we're basically going to be doing here is we're going to tell Google the exact information that we need to get from each user's account. Because, for example, if somebody is signing into our website using their Google account, we want to make sure that we're able to get their first name, their last name, let's say, for example, a profile picture if they have one. And importantly, we want to be able to get the actual email which is linked to that Google account. So these are the information that we will be getting from their Google account. So we need to set that up under the scopes section. So it says that you need to click add or remove scopes. Let's head back, and then we need to click this button called add or remove scopes. Now, if we head back, the next step is select the first two options. These will give us access to information like a user's email, name, profile photo, and more. I'm just going to go back, and I'm going to click the first two. So you can see the first one under the description, it says, see your prime Google account email address. And then the second one says, see your personal info, including any personal info you've made publicly available. So that way we are able to grab the user's information like the first name, last name, email, the profile picture if we want to make use of it. So after selecting those two items, next step is that we need to click update, and then we need to click save and continue. So I will just head back and scroll down and click update. And after clicking update, I will scroll down and click save and continue. So after doing that, we're going to be brought to this test users section. So it says under adding test users, we can skip this step because we will successfully be able to log in without adding emails as a test user. So what Google is trying to tell us here is that while we are testing our application in development, we need to add test users. So for example, add their emails. Now, most times this isn't necessary, and this isn't the case because whether you add test users or not, anybody can test your application using any Google account that they have. So you can go ahead and just skip this step, and we don't have to add test users. This is talking from my own personal experience and from what I have done because I have used Google login in a number of projects, and I did notice that we did not have to add test users for anybody to be able to test that application. So we can skip this specific step. I'm just going to come down and click save and continue. Now, the last page that we're going to be brought to is a summary page. So this is just going to show you everything basically it's going to show you basically everything that we've set up so far, the summary, so we can choose to edit it. So instead of actually giving our app name YT tutorial consent screen, I am just going to edit it from YT tutorial consent screen to YT tutorial. I think that's a better app name. And then I'm just going to click save and continue. And I will save and continue for the rest until I am brought to the summary page. So let's head back to the README file. Now the next step is that it says make sure all your info are correct. And then we now need to click back to dashboard. So once I have gone through everything and I have made sure that everything is correct and this is what I want, I'm going to click back to dashboard. Now that we've set up the OAuth consent screen, we need to move to the next step, which is creating credentials. So here it says we are going to make use of these credentials in our Django project. So remember that I had mentioned that we needed to create the OAuth consent screen before we could get our OAuth credentials. That is what we are going to be doing now. We are going to be making use of the OAuth credentials, which we get from Google. We are going to be making use of them in our Django project in order to properly authenticate users with our Django with our projects on Google. So the first thing is that we need to click on the credentials. Click credentials in the side nav. So I'm just going to go back here, and then it says we should click credentials. So after clicking credentials, let's head back. It says we need to click create credentials and then OAuth client ID. So I'm going to head back to Chrome. So it says we need to click create credentials. And after doing that, click or select OAuth client ID. Now, after selecting OAuth client ID, we now need to select an application type, and it should be web application. Because obviously, since we're building a Django project and it's going to run on the web, we need to select a web application. But if it's something else, you can just select whichever. I'm going to select web application. And the next step is that we need to give it a name. I'm just going to head back and I'm going to give it a name called YT tutorial credentials. So you can name it whatever you want, but this is what I am going to name mine. Now, after giving it a name, next step is that we need to now add, we need to fill authorized redirect URL. So make sure that you are adding in exactly what I am adding. If not, you are probably going to get some errors eventually. So for the first one, we need to add this first URL. So I'm just going to copy it. So it's your local host, which is http://127.0.0.1 port 8000. So it's just the URL that Django provides to you, the development URL, when you run your server, which is this right here. So after copying it, I want you to just go down to authorized redirect URLs and then click add URI. I want you to paste that first one. And after pasting in the first one, we need to add this second one. Please make sure that you are adding exactly what I am adding, because this has been known to give issues. So it's going to be your development URL, which is localhost port 8000 /accounts /Google /login /callback. And please add this trailing / in the callback. Now, after doing that, next step is that it says make sure you add exactly those URLs. Now, the next step is that we need to click create, and then we need to download created credentials. So I will just head back and click create. So it says it may take up to 5 minutes. Okay, so now we can see that our credentials have been created immediately for us. So we have the client ID right here, and then we have the client secret. So what you just need to do is click download JSON, and that is going to download those credentials for you. So you can just leave them there for now, and we are going to make use of them later on in this tutorial. Now, here is the part where we are now actually going to work on the integration into our Django project. Now, the first step is, or the next step is that we need to install OAuth, which is the actual library, which is going to help us integrate this Django Google login. So if you want to visit it, just go to a new tab and search Django Auth. And once you search that, it's going to be the first link which you see. So it's going to be the documentation for Django Auth. So here they explain how to integrate a bunch of other authentication packages, like you have signing with GitHub, signing with Facebook, and a bunch of other ones. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to install OAuth before we can actually make use of it in our Django project. So I'm just going to copy this command, head to where my virtual environment is running, and let me just clear out my screen and zoom in here. And I'm going to paste it. So again, if you want to get access to this README file, there's going to be a link in the description, which will take you to the GitHub repository where you can get this. So once I paste that, I will just run it. Now, I'm also going to assume that your virtual environment is activated and you are running this command inside your virtual environment. So once I run that, you can see that it's going to go ahead and install this library. So I will just pause here and wait for the installation to complete. All right, so right now we can see that the installation has been completed. So I will just clear out my screen and head back to my code editor. And the next step is that we need to configure some things in our settings.py file. So I want you to head to your application folder, your project folder, and open your settings.py file. Now, the next step is that it says we need to add a variable of site ID to the settings.py file. Now, I'm just going to copy that and paste it after the allowed host. So let me just zoom in here. So I will copy that and paste it after the allowed host. And the next step is that we need to add the following to our installed apps. Now, I'm going to explain why we're adding these. So just go to your installed apps and then just add these right here. So the first one we're adding is Django.contrib.site. You are going to see why we're adding this shortly. Now we're adding OAuth because we are going to be making use of the OAuth, the Django OAuth library in order to write out this Google login authentication feature. And while we add OAuth to accounts, OAuth.social accounts, and OAuth.social accounts.providers.google. So make sure that you have exactly what I have pasted here so that you don't have any issues. And the next step is that we need to specify authentication backends. I'm going to explain this, but first I will just copy it. And after copying it, I'm just going to head to my settings.py file. And after the installed apps, I'm going to paste authentication backends right here. So what we're simply saying is that we want to specify the backends that we're going to be using for authentication. So you have the first one called Django.contrib.auth.model backend. So that is the default one that Django gives to us. And that's the default one which I had used when I was writing out the authentication feature, which was here, the normal Django authentication feature. And the next one is allauth.accounts.auth_backends.authentication backend. So make sure make sure you type exactly what is written here. So this authentication backend basically comes from Django OAuth, and it helps us integrate things like Google login in order to ensure that our users can log in with their Google accounts. So we have the normal Django authentication system or the normal Django authentication backend. And then we have the OAuth authentication backend. Now, after adding the authentication backends, the next thing that we need to specify is login and logout redirect URLs. So I will just copy these and I will scroll down and let's just paste them after my static files right here. So I will just paste this here. What does login redirect URL mean? It basically means, okay, once a user has logged in, where should they be redirected to? So in our case, when a user logs in with their Google account, whatever URL we specify here, they are going to be redirected to that specific endpoint. So by putting in just / here, we're telling Django that when a user logs in, we want them to be redirected to the home page immediately. So that is why we put a / here. And it's the same thing with the logout to redirect URL. When a user logs out, we want to redirect them to the Now you can choose to have a different style of integration. For example, if I go to my views right now, I have a logout view which I wrote here. So when a user logs out, they are immediately redirected to the login page. So this is through the normal the Django inbuilt logout method. So once I just log out the user, they get redirected to the home page. So that means I can also come and remove this line. So it depends on whatever you want to do, but I'm just going to leave it there just for following the steps of this tutorial. Now, the next thing is that we need to include all auth URLs in our urls.py file. So all auth also has a bunch of inbuilt URLs that we need to include in our own project URLs. So I will just copy that. It says head to your URLs file in your projects folder and add the following. So I will go to my projects folder and open the urls.py file. So let me just save my settings first. So after coming to my urls.py file, the first thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that include has been imported into the URL file. So from Django.urls, import include. So after doing that, we are just going to paste that in. So we're saying that we are going to be hitting the account forward slash endpoint. And on this endpoint, we want to include all the URLs which OAuth gives us. So I believe you can actually view these URLs. So if you want to view them, just click Control, press Control and hover over URLs and click it. So this is what we do in Visual Studio Code, and it works like that. So once I click that, we can see all of these inbuilt routes which is present in OAuth. Now, if we look at them carefully, we can see that we have a bunch of these URLs created successfully, and we wanted to include them. So that is why we are making use of the include method to add all these URLs to our project. So once you've done that, just save the file. Now the next step is that we need to update the templates button with the login link. So I will actually head back to my templates file right now, my login templates file. Now I already have had the button, but I had just commented it out so that I could come and uncomment it later. So once I save that and head to the browser, once I refresh, okay, let me run my server. I'm just going to python manage.py run server. So once that is running now, it gives us an error. It says Django exception improperly configured. All auth accounts middleware must be added to settings middleware. Okay, so from this right now, the error says that we need to add all auth accounts accounts middleware to our middleware list. So I'm just going to copy that and head to my settings.py file, and I will scroll to where I have my middleware. So I'm going to paste this at the top right here. So just paste that in and save it. So once you do that, let's head back to the settings.py file to the terminal. So you can see that it is running successfully now. So once I do that, let me just head back to my browser and refresh. Now, once I refresh, you can see that it now gives me this button, this sign in with Google button, which is very, very nice. Now, I also wanted to say, if you want to get the code, which is going to give you this button, what you can do is you can just, first of all, write out this button right here. You can pause and just write this out. Now, take note of this class, login with Google BTN. And if you want to if you want the CSS that styles this up, just you come here and you can copy this button right here. So let me just zoom out. So you can just pause and you can write all of these out. It's from here to right here. So that is literally all the code for the button. So you can pause and write this, or you can get the style from the GitHub repository using the link below. So after doing all that, if you head to the terminal, you can see that it says you have 17 unapplied migrations. So we're saying this because we are making use of OAuth, and OAuth comes with its own database tables. So what we need to do is we need to run python manage.py migrate. So once we run migrate, it's just going to apply all of these changes. So you can see social token nullable, alter social. So you see it just applies all of these um, migrations. I'm just going to clear my screen and run my server again. So once I run it now, we should see that that error has been cleared out. Now, the next step is that after adding, the next step is that we need to update the templates with the Google, with the login link. So the first thing I need to do is add this load social account. So I'm going to head to my login .html page, and I'm going to paste this in the header tag. It says load social account. So this is just going to help us make use of custom template tags from social account. Now the next step is that we need to update the button. We need to add this onClick method. Now what this onClick method is going to do is that once we click the button, it's going to redirect us to this URL. Now this URL is coming from this social account. So we're going to say provider underscore login underscore URL, and then we're passing in Google. So this is just going to help us, this is just going to generate the URL for us, which is going to take the user to where they can sign in using Google. I'm just going to copy that, and I'm going to scroll down to where I have a sign in with Google button. And after the type of button, I'm just going to paste that. So I need to add the window. Okay, sorry. I need to add on click is equals to, you know what, I can just copy it from here. I will just copy that, this on click, and I will paste it into the HTML. So we're going to say on click equals window.location.href. So we want you to redirect the user to whatever URL we get from here. So it says provider login underscore URL, and then we pass in Google. So if you are doing a different integration, for example, if it was login with Apple, you could pass in Apple here, and then whatever URL that Apple uses to log users in is going to be generated and passed in here. But since we're using Google, we're just going to pass Google into that quotes right there. Now, I am also going to do this again for my register, um, my register page. I'm just going to scroll all the way down, and in here, I'm going to paste that. I'm going to paste that here. So I'm going to remove this social accounts and put it at the top in the header tag so that everything is nice and clean. And instead of sign in, I'm going to say sign up with Google. Now, the next step is that we need to set up the social account in admin. Now, it says we need to first of all create a super user to access the Django admin dashboard. So if you haven't already created a super user, just head to your command line and create a super user. I'm going to assume you know how to do this. So you do python manager.py, create super user, and then you enter your super user's login details. So I am just going to do that I'm just going to log in like as an admin in a different tab. I'm going to go to /admin. Sorry. So once I get to my admin page, I'm going to sign in with my admin details. So password is admin, and then, sorry. Password is admin. I'm sorry, username is admin. Now enter the password. Now, after entering these details, you can see that we have been brought to this page. Now, if I zoom in here, you can see that you now have two extra models that you didn't create, but just came along with the libraries that you had installed. The first one is you have sites. Now, the fact that you can see sites here is because in our settings.py in installed apps, we added django.contrib.sites. So by adding that, we were able to get this sites table right here. And then because you installed OAuth, we now have all of these tables: social accounts, social application tokens, and social applications. So what we're going to do is we're going to be making use of these in order to configure our login process. So I will go back to my code editor, and the README file says that we need to click sites and click the first entry to edit. So I'm just going to go to the admin, and I'll click sites. So once you click sites, you can see that you have been given a default site has been created for you. Now, what you can do is you can decide to edit this existing site, or you can choose to create a different site, add a different site. But for me, I'm just going to edit this first site, which is present here. The first step says click site and click the first entry, and then change the domain and display names to this. So I will just copy it, and then we need to click it. And once I click it, change the domain name to that and change the display name to that. So if you are going to push to production, that is, you want to push to your production server for your customers to use it, you can then come and change this from your local host to your live domain. So once you change it here also, what you now need to do by extension is you need to head back to your console.cloud.google.com, and then you need to change those authorized redirect URLs from the local host to whatever domain you are using. So for example, this could be example.com or mydomain.com. So after doing this, I want you to just click save. And once you save that, it's going to update those details. Now, there's something important that I want you to note. Because it was the first entry here, it has an ID of 1. And if you remember, in the settings.py file, we had added a variable called site ID equals 1. So if, for example, I were to say, if for example, I said, I don't want to make use of this entry, I want to make use of a different one, and I click add site, it means that this new site is going to have an ID of 2, because it increments with each value that you add to the database. So it means that if I make use of this one, it's going to have a site ID of 2. So if I now add a new entry, and it's that entry I want to make use of, and it has an ID of 2, then I need to head back to my settings.py file and change this from 1 to 2. So I just wanted you to take note of that. So I'm going to leave it as 1, because all I did was I edited the first entry which existed here. Now, the next step is that we need to click social applications and add a new social application. So I'm going to go to my admin, and it says we should click social applications right here. And after clicking social applications, we need to click add social applications. Now, it says select Google as your provider. Obviously, because we are working with Google signing, we need to select Google. And you can see that in the drop down, it's only Google that is showing, because in our settings.py file, we had only configured Google here when we said all of the social accounts.providers.google. So only Google exists here. But if you are using um, a different authentication method, like let's say Microsoft or Apple, this would be .apple or .github or whatever. Now, after selecting Google as the provider, we need to get the client ID and secret from the downloaded JSON file. Now, you remember that we had downloaded a JSON file from our console dashboard, and this was the OAuth client secrets, the ID and the secrets which we had created. So what we just need to do is we need to go to where those details were. So because I added it to because it is in my downloads, I'm just going to click it and open it in Visual Studio Code. I'm going to click open. So right now I can see my client ID and my client secret. So after getting this ready, it says that we need to select what site the provider is for. So I'm just going to first of all go to my dashboard. And in here, we first need to add the client ID and the client secret. So we can ignore provider ID, and then we can give it a name of, let's say, Google. So you don't need to worry about provider ID. You can ignore this field. But for the client ID and the client secrets fields, we are going to guess those values from the file we had created. So I'm just going to copy my client ID from here, and I'm going to paste it here, right here. And I'm going to do the same for my client secret key. So I'm just going to search for it here, and where we have secret key, I'm just going to copy it. And after copying it, I'm going to come and paste it right here. Now, once we've added that, we can just leave every other value empty except here. Now, under the site um, field, we need to select what site this entire credentials are for. Since we already created one site before, which is the one we had edited, I'm just going to click it, double click it, and add it to this chosen site. So once I do that, all I need to do is just click save. Now make sure that your configuration looks exactly like this so that you don't get any issues. So just click save. Now once we've saved that, the next step says that we need to click save. Okay. Now the next thing is that we need to run our server and test to see if users can sign in with Google. So that is basically all we need to do in order to ensure that users can sign in with Google on our platform. So I'm just going to make sure my server is running. And then once I checked that my server is running, I'm going to go back to the login page and then I will refresh. So I am just going to check for why the style isn't kicking in. And so I'm going to leave it as a button, but I'm going to wrap that button in an anchor tag. I'm just going to say sorry, and I'm going to put a href here, and I'm just going to copy this entire link or this URL which Django gives us, and I'll paste it here at the href URL. So I'm just going to copy this closing anchor tag and I'm going to put it after the button close so that the button is going to be wrapped inside the anchor tag, just like this. I'm going to remove this on click in the button. And then since the type is just going to be a button, it shouldn't submit the form right now. So I'm just going to go back and refresh the page. Now, once I refresh the page, you see that once I hover over it, it already has the URL showing in the bottom. So once I click it, so we are being brought to this page right now, but this isn't what we are meant to see. There was something else that, or there is something else that we need to add to the settings.py file so that we are redirected to the proper login URL. So I will just head to my settings.py file. And then after where we have written logout to redirect URL, I will just add this line, social account login on get. Now, once we add this line and set it to true, just save it. Now, once you save it, we should then be redirected to the proper login URL. So I will just make sure that my server is running. It is. And I will go back to the page I was coming from. I will refresh. And after refreshing, I'm just going to click this link, this button rather. So when I click the button, you can now see that we are being brought to this page where we can select what URL it is that we want. I'm sorry, where we can select what Google account it is that we want to sign in with. So I'm just going to sign in with this specific um, account. Now, once I click it, it says sign into YT tutorial. Now, remember that we had given our app on our project on the cloud console. We are giving it a name of YT tutorial in the OAuth consent screen. So that is why I said that that screen basically it shows what a user is going to see. So because we gave our project a name of YT tutorial, it says sign into YT tutorial and then the account shows. So if I click that right now, I'm just going to go back again and click whatever Google account it is I want to use. And it shows you this description. So I'm just going to click continue. Now, once I click continue, you can now see that we are authenticated and we are able to see the login page because we have logged in with Google. Now, there's something I would like to show you. If I go to um, my dashboard and I click users, you can now see that that user has been added. And once I go to social accounts right here, you can see that that user has been added. And once I click it and scroll down, you can see that in the extra data, we have a bunch of fields. For example, we have the first name and the last name right here, which is what we're able to grab. And then we have the picture right here also, so the profile image. So if I copy that and paste it in a new tab, you can see that it's going to return to us that the profile image of that specific user. Now, I'm going to explain to you how you can get all this information when the user is signing up. Now, um, we also have the first name, which is given name as IODG, and then family name, which is the last name as this value. So we also have the longitude and the latitude. So we have all of this information that we were able to grab from the user's Google account, and that user was successfully created. Now, there's something else that we can do. Since that user is currently signed into our website, we can just like try and print out the user's details. So let's say, let me go to the landing page, the home page, which is index.html. And instead of hello world, I'm just going to say hello, and then I'm going to try and print out the user's name. I'm going to say request.user.username. And I'll put an exclamation mark here. So once I click that, type that and I refresh, you can see that it now says hello space IODG because that's the username. So we were successfully able to log in with Google. Now, there's one last step that we need to take. It says that uh, we need to create a signal to listen for when a user signs up. So let's say, for example, you want to do something specific with that data. By data, I mean all the data that you have here. Like we have the first name, the last name, the email, the profile image, and all of these values. Now, let's say we want to make use of that specific data for when the user is signing up. We can now do that using a signal. So what a signal basically is going to do is that when a user signs in with or signs up with their Google account on our platform, this signal is going to fire automatically. And whatever block of code we write inside that signal is going to get executed. So I am just going to follow these steps here. It says create a new file called signals.py in your app folder. Now, before I proceed, I would like to give like a practical example of how or why you might need this signal. So let's say, for example, you have a different model called profile, and you want every single user to have a profile object attached to them. What you can do is that when a new user signs up using their Google account, you can grab all of their data from this social login dot accounts or extra data. You can grab all of that data and then create the object. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So just head to your application folder. In my case, the application folder is called core. Let me close all of this. And I'm going to create a new file called signals.py. Signals, Signals, signals.py. Now, once I do that, I'm just going to follow the next step. Now, the next step is that we need to add the following imports. I'm just going to paste that. The first import is from Django.dispatch import receiver. And then the next one is from all author accounts.signals import user signed up. So what this signal does is that anytime a user signs up on your platform with their Google account, this signal is going to get fired. And then our receiver function, which we are going to create, is going to listen for when the signal is fired. And then when it is fired, it is going to execute the block of code that we have written inside. I'm just going to copy all of this. It says create a receiver signal that listens and runs whenever a new user signs up with Google. I'm just going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it right here. So let's explain what is happening. So we had written the to receiver decorator, and then we have passed in user signed up. So we're trying to say that uh, anytime a new user has signed up, that is, anytime this user signed up signal is fired, then we want to create this function called handle signed up, handle user signed up. We want to set this function as the receiver for when this signal is fired. So when it is fired, this function called handle user signed up is going to receive this signal and it is going to it's going to execute all of the code that exists inside it. So if we look at the parameters, we have request in being passed in, and then we have social login, we have user, and then we have keyword ads. Now, this social login is very important because using this object, we are able to grab the extra data that comes from Google. So if I head to the the admin dashboard, you can see that we have a field called extra data, and it just stores some JSON data about the user's information. So we have given name being created and being stored in this JSON data. We have the profile image, we have the email, we have the longitude, latitude, first name, last name, and a bunch of other things which we will need if we wanted to use that data to do something else. So what we have done right here is we created a new variable called new user data, and we've equated it to social login, which is a parameter, dot account dot extra data. So we just want to grab all of the extra data which has been saved here, and then we just want to print it. So in your case, you could make use of that data in order to do something else. Like for example, here it says perform tasks slash processing on data. So let's say, for example, you want to create a new profile object using the user data. You can then grab it from here and then do whatever it is you want to do with that data. I'm just going to save this right now, and I am going to come and delete this account so that we can see the process, so that you can see exactly how this signal is fired and received. I'm just going to come here and delete this user. I'm going to say go. I'm going to delete that social account. And I will also go to users, and I'm going to come and delete this specific user. Let's click go so that we can then sign up again. I'm just going to go to my other browser. I'm going to click logout, and I'm going to go to the I'm going to go to the sign up page. Now on the sign up page, remember that I need to do the exact same thing with this button. I need to remember that with this button, I needed to wrap it in an anchor tag. So I have done the exact same thing, and I have pasted it in this page. Now, what I can now do is I can just click sign up with Google. And once I click sign up with Google, it's going to again say choose an account to continue to YT tutorial. Now I'm going to click that same Google account. And then once I click that Google account, you can see that immediately after sign up, we've been logged in successfully. So if I head to my terminal right here, we should have seen that signal being fired. Let's see. But the signal wasn't fired. So I am guessing that there is an issue. I'm just going to head to my README file, and I suspect we didn't do something. Okay, so the reason why our signal didn't fire is because we didn't import that signal into our app.py file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new method called ready, and it's going to take in self. So I forgot to add this step into the README file, but I'm going to do that now. Now all we just need to do into this ready is import core.signals. So what we're just simply doing is that anytime we run our project, it's just going to take note of this core.signals file. So we need to always import the signals file inside the ready method so that Django knows that you have receivers waiting and listening for when signals are fired. Once I do that, I'm just going to close that file, and then I'm going to go back to the Firefox browser. You'll see that the account has been created. I'm going to go ahead and delete it again. I'm just going to delete that, and then I'll go to social account again, or rather social applications. Okay, so I see it wasn't created. It was deleted along with that user object right here. So once I do that, I'm just going to click logout. Now I am going to try and sign up again. I'm going to click sign up with Google, and it redirects me to this page. Now I'm going to select that same Google account. Once I do that, I see that I have been logged in successfully. And the moment of truth is to check my signals, my terminal. So once I check my terminal, I see that all of that data has been printed out for me. So I have ISS, I have I'm not so sure exactly what this stands for, but I also have the sub, I have the name, that's the full name, Ayodeji Adishola, I have the picture, I have the given name, the family name, and a bunch of other details. So if, for example, you wanted to make use of these details in order to perform some processing, or if you wanted to perform extra logic in the signals, I'm sorry, if you wanted to perform extra logic when a user signs up with a Google account, you can do all of that using this signal, which is going to fire. Sorry, using this receiver, which is going to fire when this user signed up signal is which is going to work when this user sign up signal is fired. I mean, so that is all we're going to talk about in this tutorial, guys. If you have any question or if you have any contribution, you can just leave it in the comment section. So thank you for watching. And if you want to get the code, there's going to be a link in the description, which is going to take you to where you can get all the code to this tutorial. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next video. In this course, I am going to teach you how to authenticate your APIs using JWT or JSON Web Tokens. Now, in this video, we're going to be talking about access and refresh tokens, and we're going to be authenticating our protected routes using access and refresh tokens. So I had already prepared this README file that just outlines the steps that we are going to be following. So you can always make reference back to it if you have any questions. Now, if you want to also get all the code in this video, there's going to be a link in the description below. Now, let's begin. So the first thing is I would like to explain how access and refresh tokens work. Now, if you see this picture, this image is an illustration of how it actually works. So this is the first time login. We have the client's machine, which is your computer or your phone, and you put in your login details, let's say your username and your email, or username, email, password, any of them, and then those details get sent to the server. So once those details get authenticated and validated, and we've seen that these credentials are correct and there is a user with this login details, the server is now going to respond with access and refresh tokens. Now, this is the first time login. So when you go to a website that uses JWT and access and refresh tokens, once you put in your login details and then the server is able to validate that those login details are correct, it is going to send back an access and refresh token. Now, I'm going to explain exactly what these access and refresh tokens are. But if we move to the next image, here it says when an access token expires. So an access token basically allows us to authenticate a user for visiting protected routes or protected endpoints. So let's say, for example, now we have an endpoint that only a logged in user can make a request to. What we can do is when we want to make a request to that endpoint, we have to pass in the access token in the headers so that Django can get the access token and authenticates the user to see if the user is properly authenticated using the access token. So the access token just basically helps us to authenticate the users when they are making a request to a protected route or a protected endpoint. Now, what if the access token expires? Because an access token obviously does not last forever because it's not like a password. It lasts only for a specific amount of time, which we can set. Now, once that token expires, this is what we can also do. So let's say the token expires, the access token expires. What we're going to do is we're going to make use of that refresh token to generate a new access and refresh token. So that refresh token basically helps us to generate a new access token. So that is why when we first log in, we are being returned an access token and a refresh token. We use the access token to authenticate the user when you're visiting a protected route. And then we use a refresh token to generate a new access token anytime the original one has expired. Because access tokens and refresh tokens both have an expiration time that are given to them for security reasons, obviously, because we don't want a case where an access token which was generated 90 days ago is still valid. I mean, you could technically do that, but that is not really safe. So that is what the refresh token is for. The client machine sends a request to the refresh endpoint, and then the server responds with a new access token and refresh token. Now, this is making a request to a protected route. So this last image just shows exactly how everything comes together. So we have the client machine right here. The client machine sends a request to the server for the refresh token, and then the client machine gets back an access token. Now, using that access token, the client can make a request to the server to a protected route or to a protected endpoint. Now, once the server is able to authenticate the user using that access token, then the server responds with a request. Now, it responds with a request, maybe containing the data that was present in that protected route or protected endpoint. So this is just like an illustration. The client sends the access token to the server validates it, and then returns back the response. So if the access token is wrong, the client is going to get an error back. So if you have any questions so far, please just leave the question in the comment section and I am going to reply you. So that is just an overall explanation of how access and refresh tokens work in JWT with JWT in Python or Django rather. Now we are going to get started with setting up the Django project because obviously we need to set up the project before we can start adding JWT into it. Now I would just like to show you that I am currently in VS Code and I had created a project folder called JWT projects tutorial. Now you can create a folder and name it whatever you want. But for me, I created mine and named it this. And I have opened that specific folder in Visual Studio Code because this is where I want to be working in. So let's start by setting up the project. Let me just zoom in here. So the first step is that we need to create and enter the desired directory for project setup. That is what I had just showed you when I said I created a directory called or a folder called JWT project tutorial. Now the next step is that we need to create a virtual environment using pipenv or other means. Now it's just good practice to always create a virtual environment anytime you are creating a new Django project so that all your dependencies are kept in one place. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a virtual environment using the pipenv library. So if you have any special way of creating your own virtual environment, like virtual env, you can use that. But for me, I like using pipenv, the pipenv library. So if you want to follow my way, the first thing that you need to do is install this library by running the command pip install pipenv. Now, I already have it installed, so it will probably say requirements already satisfied. But for you, it's just install. So when that is done, I'll clear out my screen. Now, the next thing that we need to run is simply this command called pipenv shell. Now, what this command is going to do is it's going to create a new virtual environment inside your present working directory. So once I run that, it's going to create a virtual environment inside JWT project tutorial. And the moment it creates that virtual environment, it's going to activate it immediately. So that is why I love this library. The moment it creates a virtual environment, it just activates it for us. So you can see it says creating virtual environment. Okay, now our virtual environment has been created successfully. As you can see, it says successfully created virtual environment. Now the virtual environment is already activated by default anytime you run command to create a new virtual environment. Now, for a side note, I would also just like to explain how to deactivate and reactivate this virtual environment if you're making use of this library with me. So right now, my virtual environment is activated. All I have to do to deactivate it is just type exit. Now, once I do that, it's going to deactivate the virtual environment. Now, if I want to reactivate it, I just simply run pip env shell again, and it's going to reactivate that virtual environment as you saw here, or as you see here. This is launching social and virtual environment. I'm just going to clear out my screen now since my virtual environment is activated. Now, the next step is that we need to install Django and Django REST framework because, obviously we're working with Django and Django REST framework. I'm just going to copy this command and I'm going to run them here. Now, if you want to get this README file, like I explained earlier, there's a GitHub repository that if you visit, there's a link in the description. Once you visit that link, it will take you to GitHub repository where you can get the project files along with this README so that you can follow with me also. Now, once I run that, we can see that it's installing Django and Django REST framework. All right. So right now we have installed Django and Django REST framework. The next step we need to take is we need to create a new Django project called authentication project. Now you can call it whatever you want, but I will just call mine authentication project for the sake of this tutorial. I'm going to copy this command, which is going to help us create a new Django project. Django-admin space start project space the project's name, which is called authentication project. Now I'm just going to run that. Now I'm running through this installation because I assume you already have some basic knowledge of Django. And once I type ls or dir, I can see the content of this folder, and I can see that my project folder has been created already. So I'm going to go ahead and cd into that projects folder, and then I'm going to type ls to see the content. So I can see my manage.py file has been generated and projects folder. Now the next step that we are going to take is that we are going to create an app called core. I'm just going to copy this command right here, and let me clear out my screen, and I'll run it. Python manage.py start app core. So we're creating an application folder called core. Now core is going to be where we're going to, the core is where we're going to write the main logic of this program. Now the next step we need to take is we need to open the projects folder in your code editor. Now I already have it open here, and you can see the project folders already, the project and the app folders already shown here because I just created them. Now the next step is that we need to add the app core and the REST framework to the project installed app settings. So what I'm going to do is I will head to my settings.py file. And the first thing that I need to do is I need to add the app core, because obviously we have just created an app called core and we need to let Django know that we have an app called core. So we're adding it to the installed apps. So I'll just type core there. Now the next thing we need to add is REST framework. REST framework. Because anytime we are making use of REST framework, it's a separate app itself. So when you install it, you need to add REST framework to the installed apps to let Django know that it's installed. Now, the next step is that we need to create URLs for the app and register them in the project URLs. So what that simply means is that we need to create an independent URLs file in the core app. I'm just going to create a URL file right here. I'll call it urls.py. So we don't want to be creating all our URLs inside the projects folder. We want to keep everything separate so that it's nice and clean. So inside this URLs file, I'm just going to write a few things. I'm going to say from Django.urls import path. Now after importing path, the next thing I'm going to do is I'll say from dots import views. Now what that means is that from this present working directory, import the views.py file. So that is what from dot means, because we just want to import the views that we are going to write eventually from the views file. Now I'm just going to create a URL patterns list, and I'll equate this to an empty list. So this is where we are going to be writing all our URL patterns for our application folder. Now the next step is that we need to go to the project folder and we need to register this urls.py file. We need to add it to our URL patterns list in the project folder URL. So what I'm just going to do is right here from Django.urls, I'm going to import include. Then after doing that, we just want to tell Django to include the URLs which are present in the core application folder. I'm just going to leave this URL, this endpoint empty, and I'm going to pass in. So after putting that comma right now, what we're just going to do is we're going to pass in include. And after passing in include, we need to write the path to the URL we're trying to point to. I'm just going to say core.urls. So we're telling Django that we want you to include all the URLs or all the paths that are present in the core.urls file. Now, after doing that, I will just save it and close it. Now, the next step is that we need to return hello world from a view to test the setup. So what we just want to do is we just want to return like a default, we just want to return something to test that our project setup worked successfully. So I'm just going to come to my views in my app folder, and I will copy all of this and I will explain exactly what it is. So let me just paste that. Now, the first thing is we're importing from REST framework.response, we are importing response. And then from REST framework.decorators, we're importing the API view. So this response just basically helps us return a response from an endpoint. Now, the next thing is this API view. Now, this API view is a decorator that helps us tell Django exactly what kind of HTTP request methods this specific endpoints allows. So when we say get, it means we can only send get requests to this endpoint. Now, if you notice, there are yellow lines here. That is because I need to set my proper Python interpreter. So I will just select that. And once I select that, the error should disappear soon. So after doing this, after pasting all of this code into it, what we just need to do is we need to map that view to a specific URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come here and I will save this file. And then the next thing is I'm going to open my URL in my app folder. Now I'm going to create a URL for it, for this view, so that I can map this view to a specific URL. So what I'm going to do is I'll say path, and in here, I'll pass in a quote. Now after passing in the quote, I'm just going to say views dot home. Now what this basically means is that I'm trying to map the base URL. Now the base URL is 127.0.0.1, but 8,000. I'm trying to map the base URL to this view which I had created here. So let me just fix this error right here. So I'm trying to map that base URL to this specific view so that when I visit localhost port 8000, this specific view is going to be returned to me. Now, once I have done that, all I need to do is just test the code to see if it works. So I'm going to head back to my terminal and I'm going to run the server. I'm going to run python manage.py run server. So once I run that, it's going to start the local development server for us. And I have an error saying no module called core.urls. So URLs. So let me just, okay, I name this url.py instead of urls.py. So let me just save that. And once I save that, I'll break out of my server and I will run it again. So make sure your URL is called urls.py. So we can see that the server is running now. So I'm just going to visit localhost on port 8000. And once I do that, we should see a response. So now it shows us an error saying no such table Django session. So the reason why we are seeing this error is because we hadn't applied the 18 on we have 18 unapplied migrations. So once we apply these migrations, that error is going to disappear. So I'm just going to stop the server here and I'm going to run python manage.py migrate. Now, once I run migrate, it's just apply all these changes to the database. Now I'm going to clear out my screen and I will run the server again. So once I run it, I will head back to my browser and refresh. Now, once I refresh, you can see that we are being returned some text here saying hello world. Now, this is coming from this response, which we had returned from this specific view. And you can see that we are being given this nice UI. This is coming from Django REST framework, which is the UI that it gives by default. So I'm going to be working with this UI a lot. And if you would like to work with Postman or any other API clients, you can, but I'll just be working from the browser itself. So now we can see that our setup is working successfully and we've been able to return hello world and we are good to go. We're going to move to the next step right now. The next step is that we need to create a super user. So we need to create a super user because we want to be able to, access the admin dashboard, and we just want to be able to use that user account, the super user account. We are going to be using it to test out our endpoint, see if it works properly. So I'm going to run this command called python manage.py create super user. I'll head back to my terminal, stop the server, clear my screen, and paste it. So it's just going to ask me to create a super user. And to ask me for username, I'll just put admin, email address, admin@gmail.com. Password, I'll put in password, put it again. Okay, passwords did not match. Password is too short, I'll say yes. Now, once I do that, the super user gets created for us successfully. So we have an admin account and we have just one account so far in our Django project. Now, the next step that we need to take is that we need to install simple JWT and configure the token endpoint. Now, this is where the main event actually happens in our application. So what I'm going to do is I will just, first of all, visit the documentation for simple JWT, because this is what we are going to be making use of in order to add this feature to our API. So I will just copy that URL and paste it inside my browser. Now, once I do that, we are going to be brought to this page that shows us basically how to get started with simple JWT. So what I'm going to do is I will follow these steps. Now, the first thing is we need to install simple JWT, because simple JWT is one of the ways of authenticating our API. So for example, now if I go to a different browser and search Django REST framework, and once that opens, I will go to the official documentation. Now, once we get to documentation, I will search for API guide, and under API guide, I will go to authentication. Now, under authentication, we are going to go to JSON Web Token Authentication. So under JSON Web Token Authentication, it says JSON Web Token is a fairly new standard which can be used for token-based authentication. So I just wanted to show you that this is exactly what we are following. And it suggests that we use Django REST Framework Simple JWT. Now, this is exactly what I have opened here. So we're going to be following the documentation in order to set up Simple JWT. So you can see that it's one of the ways of authenticating our APIs from the official Django REST Framework documentation. Now, there are a bunch of other ones that we can use, but we're just going to be using this. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we need to install simple JWT. So I will just copy this command right here, which is already what I have outlined here. And once I copy it, I will just head back to my terminal and paste it. So this is just going to install the simple JWT library for us, which is what we need. So right now we can see that it's installed. So I'll just clear my terminal screen right now. So the next step is that we need to add simple JWT authentication classes to settings.py file. So if I head back to the documentation, it says that we need to add, it says then your Django projects must be configured to use the library. In the settings.py, add this to the list of authentication classes. So what I'm going to do is I will just copy it from here. And once I copy it from here, I will head to my settings.py file. And right after my installed apps or anywhere, I'm going to paste it. So what exactly does this mean? What this means is that we want to add simple JWT authentication as one of the default authentication classes. So we need to do this because obviously we want to make use of simple JWT. And in order to make use of it, we need to add it as the default authentication. We need to add it as one of the default authentication classes so that we can actually make use of it. So that's why it says REST framework simple JWT authentication.jwt authentication. Now, after adding this, the next step, according to the README file, is that we need to, it says here we are trying to set simple JWT as one of the default authentication methods. Now, the next step is that we need to set up access and refresh token endpoints. So I'm just going to save this. So after saving it, what we need to do, according to the README file again, is that we need to set up access and refresh token endpoints. Now, these endpoints are actually what are now going to help us make requests and get our access and refresh tokens. So these endpoints can be given to us by default from simple JWT. So right off the bat, we could just get started by him, and we can just get started authenticating our APIs really quick. So if we head back to the documentation, you can see that it's also part of the page. It says also in your root urls.py file or any other URL config, include routes to the simple JWT, token pair view, and token refresh views. So what I will just do is, I'm just going to copy all of this and I will explain what it does. After copying it, it says head to your urls.py file in app folder and add the folder. So I will do just that. I'm just going to come here and paste it. And then I will remove this home URL and paste it here. Now, let's explain what this is. So we said from REST framework.simplejwt.views, what we're doing is we're importing two class views, which are token obtain per view, and token refresh view. Now, the token obtain per view, this view basically helps us get the access and the refresh token from this specific endpoint. So anytime a user wants to log in, this is the endpoint that they're actually going to hit. Now, once they hit this endpoint, it's going to generate an access token and a refresh token for that user. So it's generating a pair of tokens, access and refresh. That's why it's called token obtain per view. Now, if you're in VS Code, you can decide to take a look at it. You can press Ctrl, hover over it, and click it. And once you do that, you can see the actual code for the view. But I'm just going to close it and continue. So we can now see in the URL, the path is API/token. And then we're saying token obtain per view dot as view. We're saying dot as view because it is a class-based view. Now, if we want to pass class-based views into our URLs, we need to add dot as view. Unlike here, where we just called views.home because we had created a function-based view. Now, after doing that, we just give it a name of token obtain per. Now, the next endpoint is the token refresh view. Now, this is the endpoint that this is the endpoint that a client is going to hit anytime they want to generate a new access token and refresh token. Now, remember that when I was explaining, I mentioned that the access tokens sometimes, or not even sometimes, the access token eventually expires. And when it expires, the client machine now needs to make a request to the refresh endpoint so that a new access token and a new refresh token can be generated. Now, I'm going to explain why we are generating a new refresh token later on and you will understand. But for now, I just want you to know that anytime an access token expires, the client machine needs to make a request to the server, get a new access and refresh token. So that is exactly what this endpoint is for. It's called refresh because we are generating a new refresh token from this endpoint, and it is a class-based view. Now, once you do that, I want you to just save it. Now, after saving it, we can actually go and test this out. So it says the next step says test these endpoints in your browser or Postman to get access and refresh tokens. So what I'm going to do is after saving this URL, I will just visit this URL in my browser. So it's API/token. So I will go to my browser and I'm going to go to localhost/API/token. Now, once I visit this endpoint, let me zoom in here. Okay, I have to run my server. I'm just going to run python manage.py run server. Now, once that is running, I will go back to my browser. So we have an error. It says attribute error, URL pattern object has no attribute path. So let's go back to the URL and check what error it is. So here I put a full stop instead of a comma. So that is where the error is. Once I do that, it should reload without any issue. So now I'm just going to go back to the web browser and refresh. Now, once I refresh, you can see that we are brought to this endpoint. Let me just zoom in. It says token obtain per. It says takes a set of user credentials and returns access and refresh JSON web token pair to prove the authentication of those credentials. So this has been given to us by default from this class right here, token obtain per view. So this has been given to us by default. And you can see here that it says detail, method get is not allowed. Now that is because for this specific endpoint, it only accepts a post request. Now that post request is going to come in when you fill in your username and your password. Now, once you fill in these details, it's going to be sent as a post request to this specific endpoint. Now, once it hits that endpoint, it's now going to come in as a post request, and then it checks if those credentials are okay, and if they're okay, it returns an access and a refresh token. But let's test it out to see. Let's say I enter wrong details and I hit post. Let's see what it gives us. Now it says details, no active account found with the given credentials. What I'm going to do is I will just now type in the correct credentials, which I had created. Remember that we had created a super user. So it is super user details that I'm going to use to fill this form. So once I fill that form right now, you can see that this is a response that is being returned back to us. which is very, very nice. We are seeing the access token, which has been generated for us. And we are also seeing the refresh token, which has been generated for us. So anytime we want to make a request to a protected endpoint or a protected route, we need to make use of the access token in order to authenticate ourselves properly. Now, once this access token has expired, we are now going to make use of this refresh token in order to generate a new access token. So let's just test out this refresh endpoint. So I will head back to the url.py file and I will copy this refresh endpoint URL right here. And I'll create a new tab. I'm going to go to localhost. I'm going to go to localhost / that specific endpoint, which is the token refresh endpoint. Now, once I visit it, you can see that this again is being given to us, and this response is coming from this class view, token refresh view.as view. It's being given to us by default by simple JWT. Now it says it takes a refresh type JSON web token and returns access type JSON web token if the refresh token is valid. So what this means is that anytime our access token has, let's say our access token, which we have just generated, let's say it is no longer valid, what we can do is we can now take this refresh token right here, which was generated for us. I'm just going to copy it. Now, once I copy it, I can come back to this view, and where we have refresh, I'm going to paste it in and I'm going to click post. Now, once I send it, you can see that a new access token has now been generated for us. So if, for example, I enter an invalid refresh token, let me just add something else there. Once I hit post, you'll see that it says token not valid. Token is invalid or expired. So that way, anytime we have a refresh token, we can then use that specific refresh token to generate a new access token. Now, the question might come into your mind of, but how many times can we make use of a refresh token to generate a new access token? As I had just showed you, I used one refresh token to generate two new access tokens. Now, this can be really bad because if a malicious party gets hand of a refresh token that has been generated for a user, what that means is that using that refresh token, that malicious party or the let's just say hacker, for example, and make use of that token to generate multiple access tokens for themselves and perform some bad activities on a specific user's account. So I'm going to teach you how to blacklist refresh tokens to the point where they can only be used once. Now, before we do that, we're just going to perform some extra configuration on our JWT config. So let's head back to the README file. Now, what we need to do is we need to add some more configuration for simple JWT. So it says head to the settings page on the documentation. So I will just go back to the documentation and I'm going to head to the settings page. Now, it is important that you open this URL so that you can follow along with me. Now, once I open this settings page, I can see that there is a bunch of code that has been written here for us. So what we're just going to do is, it says copy the simple JWT configuration and paste in settings.py file. I'm just going to copy this simple JWT configuration and I'm going to paste it in my settings.py file. So I will scroll to the bottom right here and I'm going to paste it. Now, once I paste it, it's giving us an error because it can't find this library or method. I'm just going to copy it from here, from date time, import time delta, and I will paste it at the top. Now that should get rid of our error. But we have one more, which is right here. Okay, so the next step is we can get rid of signing key as it is not needed. So I'm just going to come here and get rid of signing key. So because it says settings.secret key, but we are already in the settings and the secret key is already defined here. So this is assuming that these configuration files were not pasted, these configurations were not pasted in the settings. So since the secret key is present here, I just get rid of it. Then the next step, according to the README file, is that we need to customize the lifetime of tokens. Now, if we scroll here, we can see two variables called access token lifetime and refresh token lifetime. So what this basically means is how long is this token going to be valid for? That is, when this token is generated, how long should it last? When should the expiration date be? Now, we can decide to set this to whatever we want here. For example, I can say I want the access token to be valid for 1 day. So I can say day is equals to 1. Now, once I say day is equals to 1, anytime a new access token is generated, it will only be valid for 24 hours. Now, immediately that 24 hours is up, it's going to be marked as invalid and the user has to generate a new access token because it has expired. Now, the same for refresh token. The refresh token here says, refresh token lifetime here says day is equals 1. Now, it's usually by default, and by default, the refresh token should always be more, the expiration time rather, should always be farther than the access token's expiration date. So if my access token lifetime, is 1 day, I can set the refresh token lifetime to be, let's say, 2 days, for example. So it means that for 2 days straight, I can make use of that refresh token to generate a new access token. So basically, it means that the moment this expires, we can now make use of this refresh token. We can now make use of the refresh token to generate a new access token. But in the case where the access token has expired and the refresh token has expired, now this might happen in a case where the user hasn't visited the website in a while. So the access token that was generated before expires and the refresh token expires also. Now, what that now means is that since both tokens are not valid, the user now has to log in again. Because if I go back to that image, the user now has to log in again to get a fresh set of access and refresh tokens. So that is how this is going to work. So this just basically helps the user from having to log in every time. So we can set the refresh token to be a large number of days, like 30 days, if you don't want the user to have to log in again every time for a whole month straight. What this means is that for a whole month, anytime the access token expires, the refresh token is just going to generate a new access token, and then it is going to the access token is going to be generated newly. So that is what these two settings are for. Now, if I go to the README file and scroll down here, it says we need to talk about rotating refresh tokens. Now, if I head to the settings.py file, you can see that rotate refresh tokens right here has been set to false. So before I explain that, let me just set the days to 2. Now let's explain what rotating refresh token means. It says this helps to generate a new refresh token every time a new access token is generated. So what exactly does that mean? When we had generated a new access token using that refresh token, what we saw was only an access token being generated to us. Now, in a case where in a case where the refresh token gets expired, what we want to do is we want to rotate it. Now, what does rotating mean? Rotating means that anytime we generate a new access token using a refresh token, we also want to generate a new refresh token. So let me just show you an example of exactly what I mean again. So I'm going to copy this refresh token and I'll copy it here. Now, let's say we want to generate a new access token. I'm just going to paste the refresh token and click post. Now, once I click post, you can see that the only data that gets returned back to us is the access token. Now, this might be decent, but in a case where we want to keep the user logged in for a very long time, what we can do is anytime we paste in the refresh token to get a new access token, what we want to do is we want to generate a new access token and a new refresh token so that the expiration date for the refresh token keeps pushing because a new refresh token keeps getting generated. So even though we set the expiration date to 2, anytime a new access token is generated, that is after 1 day, when the access token gets generated and it expires. So after 1 day, it's going to expire. Now, what that now means is that when a new access token is generated, a new refresh token is also going to be generated. So that just keeps rolling away the expiration day for both the access token and the refresh token so that we can keep the user logged in for a very long time, as long as the user is active. So if the user is active every single day for a month straight or for even a year straight, it would mean that that user is never logged out because anytime a new access token is generated, a new refresh token is also going to be generated. And using that refresh token, we generate access tokens anytime the access token expires. So that expiration window just keeps rolling away and it keeps pushing further. Now, the only way these two tokens are going to get expired is when the user hasn't been active for a very long time. So it means that the refresh token gets expired, and also the access token gets expired. So that means that the user has to log in again in order to get these two tokens. So if you have any question about that explanation, please just ask a question in the comment section and I will be happy to help you. So what we're going to do is we're now going to make a change so that a new refresh token is also going to be generated. So all we simply need to do is change rotate refresh tokens to true. Now, once I set this to true, it means that a new refresh token is also going to be generated for us. Now, once I click save, I can just run my server again. We're getting an error. It says type error, day is an invalid keyword. So I think, yeah, this should be days, not day. So once I make that change and run the server, I am just going to test it in right here. So I'm going to copy this refresh token, which was generated. I'll refresh the page. Now, once I refresh the page, I am going to paste that refresh token. Now, once I paste it and click post, notice what happens. You can see that we now not only get an access token, but we also get a refresh token for the token refresh endpoint. So this way, anytime an access token gets expired, it's going to generate a new access token and a new refresh token for us. So this helps keep the user logged into our application for long periods of time, so they don't have to always log in. So after doing that, the next step is that we now need to look at um, we now need to look at blacklisting refresh tokens to prevent reuse. Now, notice that I can copy this refresh token that has been generated newly for us. Once I copy it, I can make use of it here. Now, once I make use of it, you can see that a new access and a new refresh token has been generated for us. But I can still make use of that old refresh token to generate a new access token and a new refresh token. Now, I explained earlier that this is very dangerous because if a malicious person or a malicious party gets access to one of these refresh tokens right now, it means they can generate as many access and refresh tokens as they want. So what we want to do is we want to blacklist a refresh token the moment it is used. So what that means is that the moment we make use of a refresh token once, it can never be used again because it has been blacklisted. So that is what we are going to do now. It says blacklisting refresh tokens to prevent reuse. So what we need to do is set blacklist after rotation to true. So we head back to the setting, and where we see blacklist after rotation, we're going to set this to true so that refresh tokens can only be used once. Now that isn't all we need to do. In order to make sure that our blacklisting of tokens work properly, it says next, according to the documentation, we need to add the following to installed apps. So I will just copy this right here and I'll go to my settings and I'll scroll to the top where we have installed apps and I will paste this here. Now, the reason why we need to add this is because this token blacklist, this thing that we just pasted right here for token blacklisting, it's an application by itself on its own. So what happens is that anytime a new token is generated and a new refresh token is generated and it is used, that is for access and refresh tokens. Anytime they are generated and used, there is a database table that has been created already that stores these tokens and it blacklists them in database. I believe it's a Boolean field to check whether it has been used or not. So when that Boolean field has been set to used or checked or whatever, it means that we can no longer use that token. Now this application which we just added is going to help us keep track of these blacklisted tokens so that they can't be used anymore. So once you add it to the settings in your installed apps, just click save. Now the next step is that we need to run python manage.py migrate. We need to run migrate because this is its own application and it comes with its own database tables and it comes with its own migrations. As you can see, the moment I added it, it says you have 11 unapplied migration. So we're just going to run migrate in order to apply this changes. So you can see that these database tables have been created, token blacklist and all that. I'm just going to clear my screen and run my server again. Sorry. I'll just clear my screen and run the server once more. So once I run the server, what we're just going to do next is that we need to make a request to the refresh token endpoints to view the result. So I'm just going to copy this new refresh token that was generated for us. Right? I will copy it and I will paste it in here. Once I paste it in there and click post, you will notice that a new access token and a new refresh token have been generated for us. Now, if I attempt to use that same refresh token, notice what happens. I'm going to click post. Now you can see that it says token is blacklisted. The token isn't valid. So this is exactly what we want to do. We want to make sure that refresh tokens can only be used once. So that is exactly what we have done. So the next step is that we need to return the user data along with tokens. Now let me explain. So right now we have basically done all we need to do in order to authenticate our users. Now, if a user wants to visit a protected route, I'm going to show you exactly how they will do that. But first of all, we're going to create that endpoint. So let's say I want to create a protected route. I'm going to come here. I can come here right now and say from REST framework dot permissions import uh, import permission. Import is authenticated. Now, after importing is authenticated, we now need to also import the permission classes. So I'm going to say from REST framework.decorators, import permission classes. So what we simply need to do is, or what we want to do is, we want to create an endpoint which is protected. I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to do that. So I'll create a function and I'll just call it my protected route to simulate a protected route. And this is going to take in request, request, and I'm just going to simply return response. And I'll say you have been granted access to my protected route. So this is just to simulate that a user has been granted access. Now, what we need to do is we need to first of all put the request method, which is allowed on this view. I'm going to put get here because we only want to allow get requests to this endpoint. Now, the next thing is that we need to add the permission classes. So I'm going to say the permission classes here is that the user must be authenticated before they can request to these endpoints. I'm just going to pass in is authenticated. So it means that before a user can access these endpoints, they must be authenticated. So I will just create a URL for it right here. And I'm just going to say path, and I'll call it my protected endpoint. And I'm just going to say views dot my protected endpoint. Now, once I do that, I will save it. Now, I want you to notice what happens when I visit this endpoint. I'm just going to come here, create a new tab, and go to localhost port 8000 / my protected endpoint. Now, once I try to visit that URL, notice what it says. It says detail, authentication credentials were not provided. So what that means is that in order to visit this endpoint, we need to provide authentication credentials. Now, I am going to open my Postman just to test this specific endpoint out. And I want to show you exactly how we would make use of this access token in order to make a request to these endpoints. So I'll just open my Postman and wait right here. So now that my Postman is open, I'm just going to simulate how we would make a request to that specific endpoint. So I will head to my browser and I will copy that URL. Now I will just paste that URL right here, and I'm going to set the method to get rather. And once I do that, if I send a request to that specific endpoint, I want you to see what it gives us. It says 401 unauthorized, and that is the status error code. And it says detail authentication credentials were not provided. So if we want to make a request to that endpoint right now, what we're going to do is I'm going to come here, right? And I will generate a new access and refresh token. I'm just going to enter the the username and password for the um, user account. And once I do that, I'm going to copy this access token that has been generated for us. Now, once I copy it, I will head back to Postman, and I will go to the authorization tab. Now, under the auth type, I will scroll down and select bearer token. Now, once I do that, all I need to do is in this input field right here where it says token, I'm going to paste that access token which I had just copied. Now, what I can now do is I can now send that request. Now, once I send the request, you can see that it says you have been granted access to my protected route. That is because we passed in the authentication, sorry, we passed in the access token into this endpoint in the headers, and it was sent by Postman, and it came to our endpoint right here, and it's tried to authenticate the user using that specific token. And once you saw that the token was valid, because we had just generated it from here, once you saw that the token was valid, it then returned back the response, which is you have been granted access to my protected route. So I can send it again, and you can see that it gets returned back to us. So this is very, very beautiful. We can now authenticate our endpoints, and we can create protected routes using this, and we can create protected routes which require that a user has to be logged in. So if you want to make a request to this specific endpoint, you have to come to the Postman. Now using Postman, you have to come to Postman, select bearer token, pass in the token. Now you might be wondering why we passed in, you might be wondering why we selected bearer token. If we go to the settings.py file, in the configuration which we had copied and pasted right here, if we scroll down, let me just look for it. Um, if we scroll down here, it says auth header types and it said bearer. So that is exactly why we are making use of bearer token. If you want to know more about it, you can just come to the documentation and read a lot more about it to get more understanding. We are going to move on to the next step right now. So the next step is that this is completely optional, by the way. You don't have to do this. But anytime a new token is generated for me, like the way I like to write application, anytime a new user logs in, that is when they come here and fill this form, they put in their login credentials and then they get an access and refresh token back. And what I like to do is anytime they send their login credentials, when those credentials have been authenticated and the credentials are correct, as it is sending the access and refresh token back, I also like to send back the user data. So the username, the email, if there's a profile image, and first name, last name, and any other data associated with the user. So what we can do using simple JWT is that if we head to the URL, you see that we have been given this view by default, this class-based view, token obtain per view. What we can do is, since it's a class-based view, we can actually override it. We can inherit it, and we can override the post method to send more data. I'm going to explain exactly how we're going to do that. So by default, this is what we have done. This token obtain per view just returns back to us only the access and the refresh token right now. Well, what we need to do is we need to return the user object also, or I need to return the user object also. So in your case, if you would like to return not only the access and refresh token, but if you like to return more data in this response, you can follow along with me. So what we need to do first of all is creating a user serializer. Now, because I want to return user data, I need to create a user serializer. So inside my core app, I will just create a new file called serializers.py. serializers.py. Now, once I do this, this is just going to help us serialize the user data before returning it as a response from the endpoint. So it says make the required inputs. So I will just copy all of this and explain exactly what it is. Now at the top, we're importing model serializer from REST framework.serializers. And what we're importing next is the user class from Django. So from Django, the contrib.auth models import user, because this is the default user class which you have used so far in this tutorial. But if you have your own user class, you should go ahead and use it. Next, we created a serializer called user serializer, and it inherits from model serializer class, which we included at the top. Now we created a class meta and then we set the model for this model serializer to be user. And we are saying we want to serialize all the fields. So what that means basically is that we are trying to get all the fields, that is all the data for this specific user. So the username, last name, email, and all that kind of data. So once you do that, just save it. Now the next step is that we need to override the default token obtain view in the views.py file. So the first thing that we need to do is, or the next thing we need to do is we need to make all of these imports. Now I will explain why we are doing this, but just come down your views.py and make all these imports. So the first thing we're doing is we're importing Django.contrib.auth module. I'm sorry, we're importing the user class from Django.contrib.auth modules. Then we're importing this user serializer, which we just created right here. That's why we said from .serializers import user serializer. Now the next thing is that we are importing this token obtain per view and this token obtain per view and token obtain per serializer. Now let's explain. This token obtain per view, remember that in the URL, we use it to get the access and refresh token. So what we're simply going to do is we're importing it in our views.py file because we want to override it. And after overriding it, what we want to do is we not only want to return the access and refresh token, but we also want to return the user object. In your case, it might be something else that you want to return when a user logs in. Now, the next thing is we're now importing the token obtain per serializer. So this is a serializer that basically helps to generate and return those tokens. So if we go into it, you can see that it returns data, and data contains the refresh and the access token. So this is the serializer that helps us to return the access and refresh token. So that is why we're importing it, and it comes by default from simple JWT. Now, the next step that we need to take, according to the README file, is that we now need to override the default token obtained per view in our views.py file. Now, this is kind of a long writing, but just copy it. Let me zoom out a bit. If you aren't following the README file, you can just stop to write all of this. Or if you are following it, just copy it and paste it in a views.py file. Now, I am going to explain exactly what it is. So first of all, we have created a new endpoint or a new view called my token obtain per view. So it's just because we are inheriting from token obtain per view. That's why we named it my. We added my so that we can differentiate properly. Now, after creating this class and inheriting from this class view that comes by default, we're setting the serializer class to be token obtain per serializer, which is what we had imported. And this is what comes by default from simple JWT. Now, the next thing that we did was we created I'm sorry. The next thing that we did is we're overriding the default post request from this view. So if I go to the token obtain per view, by default, anytime a post request comes in, let's check here. Anytime a post request comes in, it is going to hit this specific place. So what we want to do is we want to override this post request that comes by default from this token obtain per view. And we want to override it and make use of it in our specific view so that when it is returning the response, we can add whatever we want to that response and return it also. So if we see we're having an error because we don't have token and invalid token imported. Now this is supposed to be called user serializer, not user info serializer. We need to make imports. We need to import token error and invalid token. What I'm just going to do is I'm going to say from REST framework simple JWT dot exceptions import token error and invalid token. Once I make these imports, everything should work fine right now, as you can see. So I'm just going to save it. Now let's explain what is happening. We are overriding the default post request, right? And then what we're doing is this section is going to handle the token generation. So except there's an error, it's going to raise an invalid token error. Now, after the tokens have been generated, this is the response right now. The response object is currently here. Now, what we simply need to do is we want to add data into this response object. So what we're going to do is we're first going to get the username that came with that post request. Because if we head back to the endpoint, this token view, which is this view that we visit to log in, we have a username field and a password field. And if I go to inspect object right now, so if I go to inspect element, and I inspect that specific form. So once I inspect it, you can see that it has a name attribute of username. So what that means is that anytime we fill this endpoint, this form, and we submit it, it means that in the post request, this endpoint is accepting two post data, which is one has to have a key of username and the other one has to have a key of password. So when that post request comes into this view, we are going to grab the username right here. And we could also grab the password, but then we don't need it. So after grabbing the username, we check if the username, that is, if there's any data in the username. Now, this isn't required, but we can just leave it as it is. Now, after we grab the username and check if any data has actually been gotten from this post request, we now want to check for a user that exists with that username. And after grabbing that user object, what we simply want to do is we want to pass that user object into the user serializer. Now, the serializer, which we had created earlier, is going to grab that data and it's going to serialize that user object. Now, the next step is where we add this user object into the response. Now, here, remember that the response has been created. All we're simply doing here is we're saying response the data of user. So what this means is that we're trying to create a new key inside the response dictionary. So we're trying to create a new key called user, and we're trying to assign it to the user serializer right here, dot data. So we're grabbing the data that we've gotten from user serializer, and then we're assigning it to this new user key in the response data. So that is all we need to do for this specific view. Now, you might also be wondering, but what if this username is wrong and we try to grab that user? This is going to crash. No, it will not crash because it will not crash because that validation happens here. So the username and the password, that validation happens here. So when the program gets here, it won't crash. So for example, let's say I refresh this and I enter invalid login credentials. Let's just say I enter a wrong username and a wrong password. Once I click post right here, you are going to see that it just says no active user accounts found with the given credentials. Now let us actually test to enter the correct username and password. So let's see what we're going to get back. Once I click post right now, you are going to see that we get the refresh token, we get the access token, and we also get that user object. So we get the ID of the user, the password. Obviously, if we wanted to remove this password field, all we have to do is come to the serializer and change this from all to a list, and we can pass in the ID, the first name, the last name, for example, last name, and let's just say email. So instead of saying all, we could technically do this and save it. So once I save it, let's just make sure that the server is running. So what I can now do is I can come back and change this to and put in the proper login credentials. And once I do that, you can see that we only get this object, the user's first name, last name, and email. So basically now we're able to return the refresh token, the access token, and then the user object. So this is very helpful for when you want to return the user objects the moment the user logs in. So a different way you could do it, is you could create a separate endpoint. For example, I could come to the views and I could create a separate protected endpoint. Now that endpoint is basically going to return the authenticated user. So for example, now I can create that endpoint right here and I'm going to call it get user info. And I'll make sure that the user has to be authenticated before requesting this view. So I can now say user is equals to request dot user. Now, after saying user is equals to request to user, we've already grabbed that user object right here. And we can do this because we are sure that in order to access this view, the user has to be authenticated. Now, after doing that, we can now simply come here and copy this serializer. I'm going to say user serializer is equals to user serializer of user. So we can pass in that user object right here. And in the response, all we simply have to do is we can return response of user serializer dot data. So this would be like a different way of doing it. You can create a separate endpoint which helps to grab the user data. So the moment the user logs in from this my token obtain pair serializer, you can then make a request to another endpoint which is get user info, gets the user's data. But obviously, this is a longer process. And since we can get the user data the moment the user logs in, we can just get rid of this specific view, or I will leave it there for now, just for the tutorial sake. We can just do all of that from this my token obtain pair view serial. That is all we're going to talk about in this tutorial, guys. If you have any question, please leave it in the comment section. And if you want to get the code, there's going to be a link in the description, which will take you to a place, to your repository, a GitHub repository where you can get the code. In this tutorial, I am going to teach you how to integrate token authentication into your Django REST Framework API. So what I have here is a very simple, very basic API endpoint that just returns welcome to API. And I actually have it open in Postman here. And what I can just do is click send. I can just send a request to that endpoint and you can see it returns me welcome to API, welcome to the API. So what we're going to do is we're going to be integrating token authentication in order to protect this endpoint so that a user has to be authenticated using their token before they can access this endpoint or any other endpoint which we are going to create. Now, the first step is that I want you to head to your settings.py file in your project app, in your project folder. So just open your settings.py file. Sorry. Now, the next step we need to take is right after REST framework or anywhere else. What we need to do is we need to add REST framework.auth token. So I'm just going to add that and say REST framework.auth token. So by adding it, it's essentially like a new application which we're adding to our Django project. Now, because we have added this new application, what it actually does in the background is that it has some database tables which helps to track all the generated access tokens, sorry, all the generated tokens which users are going to use. So because we have added it, we then need to go to our server, which is currently running, and migrate so that those database changes can be made. I'm just going to run python manage.py migrate. So once I run that, you see it says applying migrations. So all of these are coming from the database tables which have been created inside this REST framework.auth token application. And we can actually open it just to see, it has an init file. So we're going to proceed right now and go to the next step. Now, the next step is that we need to set the default authentication classes for REST framework. So what we're doing is we're going to define the default authentication class in our settings.py file, and we're going to set this to token authentication. Now, what that would now mean is that if we now come to this view and specify that a user needs to be authenticated in order to visit this, in order to hit this endpoint, what Django is going to do is it will go to our settings.py file and look for the default authentication class, which we are going to specify. And since we are going to specify that it's a token authentication, which we are using as a default authentication class, Django is now going to expect that the user sends that token to authenticate or authorize themselves. So what I'm just going to do is in the settings.py file, I'm going to type rest underscore framework. And then I'm going to equate this to a dictionary. Now, inside this dictionary, we're just going to specify default authentication classes. So I am just going to type that. Or since it's already suggesting that for me, I will just do that. So I want you to type this default authentication classes, and it's a list. So what this list does is that it houses all the authentication classes which we are using inside our Django project. But because we only want to make use of token authentication, we're just going to pass in one item into the list, which is REST framework.authentication.token authentication. So make sure you have exactly what I have here and click save. So what we have essentially told Django here is that we want to make use of this authentication class as our default authentication class. When we now specify that a user needs to be authenticated to visit a specific endpoint, Django is going to know that, okay, they are going to be sending a token which has been generated for them in order to access this endpoint. Now, the next step that we are going to take is that we are going to create a login serializer. So this is my view right now. I have just a very simple view which takes in index. So what I'm going to do is I will go to my serializers.py file, and you can see I have a very simple user serializer, and the fields are the ID, email, first name, and last name. But what we are going to do now is we are going to create a new login serializer which is going to help us authenticate the user using their username and password. So I'm just going to quickly pull up a picture of exactly how it works. So this is how token authentication actually works, or how we are going to write it in Django. The user will send their username and password to the server. And then if those credentials are correct, that is, if a user with that username and password actually exists, the server is going to respond with a token. So that is exactly what we are going to do. And in order to do this, we're going to be making use of a serializer to write the login logic of it. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, just explain what I have. So I have from REST framework, import serializers, and from Django.contrib.auth, import get user module. So what I am actually making use of is default Django user module. That is from Django.contrib.auth, imports .auth modules, imports user. I'm actually making use of the Django default user module. But if you're using a different user module, you can obviously use that. But the reason why I had just imported get user model is because get user model is going to help us get the user model which has been set for our project. So if, for example, you had set a different user model in your settings.py file, when you now call get user model, it is going to return to us that specific user model. So what we're going to do next is create the login serializer, which is going to help us. So I'm going to create a new class and call it class login serializer. SE. Now this is just going to inherit from serializers.serializer. Now we're just going to put a colon here. Now this serializer is going to have two fields for username and password. I'm going to create a new variable and call username is equals to serializers.char field. And this is going to have this is just going to take in nothing for now. And then the next thing we're going to have is username, or is password, I mean. Let me just correct that error right there. So the next thing that we're going to have is password. I'm just going to change this variable to password. Now in here, I'm going to type write only equals true. Now the next thing that we are going to do is we now actually need to write a method which is going to help us validate this username and password right here. Now, because I told you that I am making use of the default Django user model, I'm just going to make use of the inbuilt authenticate method, which is going to help us authenticate these user details. I'm going to say from Django.contrib.auth import authenticate. Now we're going to be making use of authenticate to check if a user with these details actually exists in the database. So I'm going to create a new method called validate. And this is going to inherit from self. This is going to take in self, and data which we are going to pass to this method. Now inside this method, what we are going to do is we're going to grab the username and password from this data. I'm going to say username is equals to data.get username. And I'm going to do the exact same thing for password. So I will just change this from username to password. Now, after getting these details, the next thing that we're now going to do is, first of all, check if there's actually a username and password, because we want to make sure that we have the username and password present inside this data. So I'm just going to write an if condition here, and I'm going to say, oops, sorry, if username and password. That is, if they are present, if username and password are filled. What I will then proceed to do is authenticate the user using this authenticate method. I'm going to authenticate these credentials of username and password. I'm going to create a new variable and I'll call it user is equals to authenticate. And I'm going to pass in username is equals to the username which they had entered here. And I'm going to say password is equals to the password which they had entered here. So what the authenticate method does is that it's either going to return the user object if this user is actually, if a user with this credential actually exists, or it's going to return none. So what we're going to do next is we're going to check if this authenticate method actually returns none. That is, if it's returned none, then what that tells us is that these credentials are invalid and they are not correct. What I'm going to do is I'll write an if condition here and I'll say if user is none. Again, the reason why I can say is none is because the authenticate method returns either two things. Either it returns the user object, meaning that there is a user with these credentials, or it returns none, meaning that no user with those credentials exists. That is why we are saying if user is none, that is, we want to check if no user with those credentials actually exists. What I will just do is I'm going to raise a new validation error. So I'm going to raise serializers dot validation error. And in here, what do I want to pass in? I'm just going to pass in invalid credentials. So what exactly does this mean? If these credentials are wrong, we just want to raise a new serializer error called invalid credentials. So after this validation we have done here to make sure that the user credentials were actually correct, the next thing that we're just going to do is we're going to add that user object to the data. So all we're just going to say is data of user is equals to user. That is, what exactly are we doing? Since authenticate is going to return the user object if it is correct, then we're just going to grab that user object and pass it into the data dictionary so that we can then grab this user data in the views in form of validated data. Don't worry, it might be confusing right now, but I just want you to follow with me. So when we are adding this user object to the dictionary, after all the processing has been done, we are then going to be able to grab that user object and return it as a response from the validated data. You are going to see how it will work. So what we're just going to do next is we're just going to return this data, right? Now, after returning the data, all we want to do next is, obviously, if there is no username and password, we are going to return an error also. So what we're just going to do here is we're just going to write an else block. And inside this else block, we're going to raise a new serializer error, a new validation error. I'm just going to copy that, paste it here. And inside the quotes, I'm going to write both username and password are required. So this is basically all we need to write for this specific serializer. So you can see it's very, short and simple. All it helps us to do is just log in a specific user. Now, the next thing that we are actually now going to do is we're going to go to our views.py file and we're going to be writing a login endpoint, which is going to make use of this login serializer. So I want you to head to your views. Now, mind you, I had created this serializer inside the same app where I am working with these views. I'm going to say from .views, from .serializer, import login serializer. Now, after importing login serializer, there is something else that we need to import. We need to import the actual token model, which is going to help us generate and retrieve tokens for specific users. So we can import that by saying from REST framework dot auth tokens the auth token dot model import token. Now, this is the actual token this is the actual token class which we are going to be using to generate and retrieve tokens for each user. So that is why we are importing it. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create this login endpoint. So I'm just going to create a new method or a new view, and I'll call it login user. And this will take in request. Now, on these endpoints, we want to make sure using API view that it only accepts post requests. I'm just going to put post right there. Now, the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to then grab the incoming data and pass it to our serializer, because we had created a login serializer to help us perform all the validation, right? Make sure that those user details are actually correct. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to say serializer is equals to login serializer. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say data is equals to request.data. So what I'm just doing is I'm passing in the incoming post request data into our login serializer so that it's going to help us validate all the details. Now, the next thing that I am going to do is I'm just going to check if it is valid. I'm going to say if serializer dot is valid. That is, if after validating a data, no errors were occurred or no errors occurred, what do we then want to do? So as we're checking if the data is valid, the next thing that we want to do is we want to retrieve that user object, which we had set here in the data dictionary, right? When we say data of user is equals to user, now we want to retrieve this specific user which we have set. So how can we do that? We can grab it from the validated data. I'm going to say user is equals to serializer dot validated data. Now, what do we want to grab? We want to grab the user. So that is exactly why we had passed this user into this data dictionary by saying data of user is equals to user, because we wanted to be able to grab that user object from here. Now, the next step is we now actually need to either generate or retrieve the token. You see, the way token of authentication works is that when a user tries to log in, we want a way to be able to generate a new token if no token has been generated for that user. But if there's an existing token already for that user, we are just going to retrieve that token from the database. Now, we can use this get or create. We can either get or create a new token using a special method that Django gives us, which is called get or create. What I'm just going to do is I'll create two variables, and I'll call it token, created is equals to token, which is this model which we had imported at the top. So I'm going to say token dot object dot get or create. Now, what exactly do we want to pass into it? We're just going to pass in the user. I'm going to say user is equals to user. Now, let me explain what's going on here. The reason why I said token, created is because the get or create method returns two items. Now, the first item it returns is the object that we're actually trying to retrieve. And the second item it returns is a boolean. Now, the boolean is either true or false. Now, it is going to be true if the object was just newly created, and to be false if that object wasn't created. So it always returns two items, which is why we are saying token, created. So token is always going to help us store the actual token, which has been generated or retrieved. And created is just a boolean value, which tells us whether it was just newly created or not. Now, the reason why we're also passing in user equals user is because every token which is generated gets assigned to a specific user. We can actually go into that model, and if I scroll down, you can see that there is a one-to-one field to the token object, and it is linking this token object to the user model which has been set. So whatever user model has been set in your settings.py file is going to do, you make use of that user model. So that is exactly why we are saying user is equals to user, because every token must be assigned to a specific user. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we are just going to make use of this serializer, which I had just created up at the top, because What I'm going to do is, as I am returning the generated token, I also want to return the user object, user details. That is the username, email, first name, last name, details like that, which is why I had created this serializer at the top earlier. So what I'm just going to do is I will come here and import it. So login serializer and user serializer. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the user data. So let me just do this here. I'm going to say user data is equals to user serializer. Now, what do I want to pass into user serializer? I'm just going to pass in the user object which we have retrieved from validated data. So what I'm just going to do is, instead of coming to a new line and saying user data does data, I will just directly come here and say dot data. So we're just trying to retrieve all the objects, all the data from this serializer by calling dot data, and it is going to return to us the ID, email, first name, and last name of that specific user. Now, the next thing is we just need to return a response letting, we need to return a response containing the token and the user data. So I'm just going to come here and type return response. Now, inside this response, what exactly do we want to return? The first thing we want to return is the token. Now, the token is going to be token.key, because the actual token value is stored in this key field in the model. If we go into the model again, you can see that there is a field called key, and it helps us to actually store the key or the token itself, which user is going to make use of. Now, after returning the token, the next thing that we're going to return is the user object. I'm just going to say user is going to be equated to user data. So you can see now that we're returning both the token and the user data. The last thing that we just need to return is the status, is a status code. So I'm going to go to the top and say from REST framework, import status. Now, after importing status, I am just going to scroll to the bottom and I'll put a comma here, and I'm going to say status is equals to status dot, and I'm going to scroll down and select HTTP 200 OK. Now, after doing that, I'm just going to click save. Now, the last thing we just need to do is to make sure we are returning the errors that are generated. That is, if the serializer wasn't valid, that is, if some errors occurred, what I will just do is I'm going to return these generated errors. So I'm going to say return response, and inside here, I'm just going to return serializer. Actually, sorry, I'm going to return serializer.errors. And after returning the errors, I am just going to return a status code of 400. I'm going to say status is equal to status dot, let me just scroll down, HTTP 400 bad request. So this is just going to return as a response the errors and the status of 400 bad request. So that is all we need to do for this login endpoint. Again, as an overview, what we're doing is this endpoint only accepts a post request. And what we're doing is we're making use of the login serializer, which we had created here. And what we are simply doing is we're passing in the incoming post data. And after we have verified that the data is valid, we're going to retrieve that user object from the validated data. And we're going to either get or create a new token for that specific user. And then we're going to pass that user data to the serializer so that we can also return the user object and the token back as a response. But if the data is invalid, we're just going to return the generated errors and return 400 bad requests. Now, the last thing that I need to do in order to test this, or one of the last things, is I need to map that specific view to a URL. I'm going to create a new URL. I'm going to call it path, and I'll say it's /login. I'm going to map it to views.login user, and I'm going to put a comma and save it. I'm just going to head back to my terminal and run my server so we can test this out. Now that the server is running, we can just proceed to actually test out these details. Now, mind you, what I had done earlier was I had actually created a user using Python manage.py create super user. So I created a user, an admin user in my terminal. So I'm just going to be testing using that user detail. And for you, you can just go ahead and if you don't already have a process of registration, you can just create a super user account from your terminal by running Python manage.py create super user. So after running the terminal, I will just head to my Postman to actually test this out. So let me copy this URL and create a new tab. Now in this new tab, I am going to just go to /login because that is the endpoint which we had specified, and this is going to be a post request. Now, since we are going to be sending the username and password which are required, I am just going to go to the body and select form data. Now, the first thing is going to be the username, and I'm going to type the username here, which was admin. And for the password, I'm going to type the password which I created, which is admin. But let's just say, for example, I enter wrong details. Let's send this post request and see what we get back. So we are getting an error. So let's just check to make sure to see why we're getting the error. So it says you call the URL via post, but the URL doesn't end with a slash. Okay. So the reason why I am having this error is because I didn't add a trailing forward slash after the login. So let me do that and send it again. So you can see that we are getting this error of invalid credentials. Now, the reason why we are getting this error is because obviously I had entered wrong login details, and we see that it returned to us invalid credentials. Now, that error was raised from this specific point when we told this to raise a new serializer.validation error, and it said invalid credentials. But now I will just enter the right login detail. And once I click send, let's notice what we get back. You can see that this is what we get back. We get the actual token which has been generated. We also get the user object. And you can see the ID is one, email. So email, first name and last names are empty because I didn't fill it when I had created the super user. Now this token doesn't actually change. It will only get deleted or it will only get blacklisted or deleted when you log out. I want you to notice what happens when I also send this request again. Notice that just take note of the first or the last four digits or last four items, which are C5, D4. Now, if I send this request again, you can see that we get the exact same token back. So that is what this get or create actually helps us do. If I go to my views.py file, so get or create is going to help us get the token, either get the token if it exists or create it, which is what we have seen here. Now, the next thing is that we now actually need to add authorization or to add an authenticated requirements to one of our views. That is what I mean is we need to implement a feature where a user has to provide that token before they can access a specific endpoint. I'm just going to create a new test view, or instead of creating a new test view, since we already have one at the top here, we're going to be making use of this. So we're only going to allow authenticated users make requests to this endpoint, meaning they have to provide their token within the request which they are sending to this endpoint. So in order to do that, I will make a few imports. So the first import that we're going to bring is permission classes. So I'm going to say from REST framework.decorators, import permission classes. So I could also, I see I already have decorators imported. I will just copy this and delete this line. And from here, I will just put a comma and import it. Now, the next thing that we need to import is authenticated. I'm going to say from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated. is authenticated. Right. So this specific class or this specific decorator or permission, I mean, is going to only allow authenticated users visit a specific view. Now, how do we restrict this view to only authenticated users? All we have to do is just come down here, post a new decorator and say at permission classes. And in here, we're just going to open parentheses. And inside a list, we're just going to pass in is authenticated. So what we're essentially now saying is that only an authenticated user can make a request to this endpoint. Now we can just test this. If I make sure my server is running and then I head back to Postman, you will notice something. I'm going to go back to that view or to that endpoint which I had showed in the beginning. When I click send, I want you to notice what we get. Notice that it says authentication credentials were not provided. So before I actually added this is authenticated and permission classes, we were freely able to make a request to this endpoint. But now that I have added it, you see it says authentication credentials were not provided. Now I'm going to show you how you can actually, pass that token in and make a successful request to this endpoint. So what you have to do is when you're using Postman, you head to authorization. And under authorization, where you see auth types, I want you to select OAuth 2.0. Now, I want you to head back to the other endpoint, which we hit, the login endpoint. And all we have to do is just copy that token. So once I copy the token, I'm going to head back to this other tab. And where we have token, I'm just going to paste the actual token there. Now, under header prefix, make sure that you have token typed in here exactly the way it is, uppercase T and the rest are lowercase. So make sure it's capitalized. Now, once we do that, I just want you to click send. Now, notice what happens. You can now see that we get a 200 response and the message is welcome to the API, which is exactly what we have here in our code. So that is exactly how we can make use of token authentication to authenticate users or authorize users when they are making specific requests to an endpoint. So that is all for today, guys. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask a comment and to leave a comment in the comment section and I will reply you. Also, all the code to this tutorial can be found using a link in the description below, which will take you to the GitHub repository where you can actually get and retrieve all the code. So thank you for watching this video and I will see you in the next one.